All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Probably sound really weird right now. Welcome back, everybody. How's the audio? Definitely sound different. I have my mic. Do I basically sound the same? Oh, I basically sound the same. Okay. You can probably hear more though. That's fine. You can leave that open. Yeah, it's gonna sound a little bit different for now. I have my mic further away from me because Mrs. MBG is in here with me.
Hi, guys.
No, my mic's not broken. But yeah, doing some work in the room right now. So, landmark moment. Absolutely. Yeah, so the presentation is going live in about an hour. So I figured we'll just hang out for a little while. Chat with you guys. Everybody's saying hi.
Hello.
Lighting seems a little off. Yeah, it's because we have the other window open.
Close it.
It's fine. You can leave it. I think it's fine. Yeah, so if the audio is a little bit different for now, that's why. Don't think too much of it. Although, I don't know, I listened back to it on my phone and it doesn't sound that different. I think you could just tell that, you know, there's a lot of space in the room. Like maybe a little bit more echoey.
Doors open too.
Yeah, well, just let the cats, you know. But today's the day. Will Mrs. MBG join us? Well, she's in here. She's not going to come on camera. But she's in here. I can see something disastrous happening, though. Like one of the cats just, like, for the first time ever pulling down the webcam.
No. They're going to explore the closet because usually we have it shut off to them. And it's nice and open for them today. So I expect them to get in there.
How's MBG Jr. doing? He's doing good. MBG bald spot reveal.
What?
I don't know if is Mrs. MBG coming through clear though. I mean, she's on the other side of the room. I don't know. I could probably turn up the. Ooh, can we pick up boss?
Shh. Bullying Luna.
All right, I turned the gain up a little bit more. You can hear boss. Yeah, he's over there.
He's being bad.
Yeah, I got the gain turned all the way up today. Christopher's asking if you're a gamer.
I am.
Some would say she's more of a gamer than me sometimes.
Some would.
Man, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on today.
I'm open to more things than you when it comes to gaming.
Boss, chill out, dude. Boss is really struggling right now. He's not sure what's happening.
Look what I found.
Domingo. Oh, thank you. I've been looking for that. So, Domingo813 says, "What about them teraflops, MBG?"
It's dangerous to rely on teraflops.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
Probably echoed. Oh my god, that probably echoed so bad. That was like a triple echo. I'm sorry about that, but I really do wonder if Mark Cerny is going to talk about the teraflops today. I hate when people come in the chat and they're like, "Is MBG bald or something?" Like, bro, I've talked about this so many times, man. Yes.
He's bald and beautiful.
You heard it here first. I'm bald and beautiful.
Oh shit!
Please don't hurt yourself over there. This is going to be like the single most chaotic stream ever. It's so funny because to the audience, nothing looks different except for the fact that my mic isn't in front of my face. But for me, this is like easily the most chaotic stream ever. I got Luna over here playing with something.
They can't see what I'm up to.
Boss is freaking out.
Look at her. She's carrying it in her mouth.
Captain Hook says Black Myth Wukong Game of the Year. Just finished last night. I see some people saying that they're finishing up Astrobot and platinuming it. I got to get on it. And we got Into House 2000. Welcome to Greatness Awaits, man. Thank you for becoming a member. Really appreciate the support, bud. So, Into House 2000 actually kicks us off today. Good stuff, man. Yeah, we'll have some members content coming at the end of the week. Man, this should have been a member stream.
What?
We'll do some, I don't know, we'll do some brainstorming on this.
What? Me organizing my closet?
Yeah. And we have Fred Vance saying first Boss took over and now Mrs. MBG is going to take over. MBG's going to have a power struggle for being the host. Probably, yeah. Most likely. And Matt Fu comes in and drops 5 membership gifts. Matt, thank you so much, my friend. Matt's dropping 5 membership gifts for the community, and just like that, we're already at 6 members, guys. So yeah, if we hit 25 members today, I'll drop some snacks for Mrs. MBG. I mean, for Boss.
Okay.
To be fair, though, like Boss did get treats yesterday, but he's definitely been getting irritated at how long he's been having to wait for them. Which it's like, bro, chill out.
Do these fit you? They look small.
They do not, no. I'm too buff for those. But Matt, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 5 membership gifts. I'm going to actually...
You should play him with Screaming Gopher.
I gotta... And Fred Vance comes in. Fred ADHD Vance dropping 5 more membership gifts on you guys. And just like that. Just like that. 10 memberships gifted. Boss, you might not have to wait too long today, bro. Thank you, guys. Let me update that. So, the big thing that I think people want to know today with this Mark Cerny talk is, are we going to get the price reveal of the Pro? And are pre-orders for the Pro going to go live? And I'm going to say no to both of those things. I do not think we are going to get the price today. And I do not think we're going to get pre-orders. And I do have a super chat. Steven Gamer. Sorry, Garner. I said Steven Gamer. Steven Garner with a $5 chat says, do you think Sony is tone deaf to what we want as customers with how Concord turned out, plus with their recent statement on not having IPs? Saying, come on. I do think Sony is a little bit tone deaf right now. Yeah, at least somebody higher up at Sony. I don't know if it's Hiroki Totoki.
Why did you look at me?
I don't know. But somebody's a little bit tone deaf right now.
Is it Herman Clank?
Oh, man. This was a mistake. But Steven, yeah, you're not the only one noticing this. I don't know, man. There's like this kind of idea that maybe Jim Ryan was the one that was tone deaf, and a lot of the things that we're seeing right now were greenlit under Jim Ryan, under his leadership, and right now, maybe like Herman Holst and others are trying to kind of like slowly undo it or pivot and kind of go in directions that make more sense. I don't know. I would hope that that's the case, because if Jim Ryan was the one who was kind of tone deaf and just not really understanding how this should be handled, then it means things should improve, you know, not get worse. I mean, I think Astrobot's a good start. I think the way Sony rolls out the PS5 Pro today is going to be interesting. Well, not just today, but over the next couple of weeks. I mean, Mark Cerny, he's just going to do his thing today and get really technical about it. And just, we're probably not even going to see the console today, just so everybody's aware. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't actually see what the console looks like. It's going to be just like what we saw back in 2020, where you know, Mark Cerny comes out on stage, talks about the technical improvements, the decisions that went behind them. Another thing is we're not going to see games today. And I know all of this sounds incredibly disappointing, but it's just the way Sony's handling it. They're basically breaking it up into pieces. They're doing it just the same way they did for the base PS5, right? Where they have the road to PS5. Mark Cerny talks about it on a technical level for an hour. And then they have a show a couple weeks later. Well, in this case, it'll probably be next week. I think that's the old case. And they will they'll probably show a good amount of games. They'll show what the console looks like. They'll announce the price point. The biggest thing I'm nervous about when it comes to the PS5 Pro in general is I'm nervous about the pre-orders, because pre-ordering the PS5 was a nightmare. I mean, even just recently with limited edition controllers and stuff, I just hope it's not on the same level. I don't want to like miss out on it. But yeah, it's gonna be 9 minutes, so not a whole lot of time. Fred says this is why having gamers' intention is more or less for investors and game devs. Yeah. Do I think the PS5 Pro is going to drop in November? Yes. Yeah, 100%. I think it's coming in November. I think there's going to be a state of play next week. And apparently it's going to be on like the 19th, which I think is a Thursday. Let me double check. Yeah, so next Thursday is the 19th. Apparently that's when Sony's doing a state of play. And this state of play is going to be dedicated to showing off specifically PS5 Pro enhanced games. But the thing about it is, one of the rumors we got for this state of play, we did talk about this yesterday, but it's just worth reiterating here so everybody knows what to expect. Apparently this upcoming state of play is not going to have like first party reveals, but the way Sony worded it, supposedly, because the leak was like quoting the blog post we're going to get, the way Sony worded it is apparently like they're teasing that we are going to get first party reveals, just not at this state of play. So I don't know. We have Hayden, a member for 16 months. He says, hi, MBG, love your content. What happened to the Dual Sensibility podcast with Brown Sugar? Also, I think the PS5 Pro will be 650 digital and 750 physical. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm sure some of you noticed that it just kind of went away. It's because it just honestly wasn't going to work out. This is why I wanted to just keep it members only, and I always emphasized that it could stop at any moment. Like, I did make it clear to everybody that it was basically a beta test, and you know, apologies to anybody who was hoping to get more episodes, and who knows what the future holds. But for right now, it just wasn't going to work out for a myriad of reasons. But the good news is the members' content will continue to flow. I had to basically streamline and simplify the members' content because I'm sure some of you noticed I'm taking a slightly different approach to the channel here, where I'm trying to get back on the video grind while simultaneously making sure I can keep up with the streams and also deliver members content. So it's unfortunate, but you know, I knew going into it that could be the outcome and it might not work out the way we'd hoped it would. So apologies for that, but you're saying I also think the PS5 Pro will be 650 digital and 750 physical. Oh my God. 750. I mean, that's the thing, man. I'm seeing a lot of people basically saying they are expecting the Pro to be 700. And I'm not saying it's not possible. I mean, you look at the fact that Sony's still raising the prices on things, right? The prices are going up, not down. and that's not usually the way it goes. So, I mean, it could be possible that they could come out with a $700. I mean, the idea of it being $750 is a bit extreme. Going beyond 700 is pointless. I think 700 is already pushing it big time, but going beyond 700, that's just nuts, I think. What I'm expecting is 600 for the digital model, and if you want a model with a disk drive, or if you have to buy the disk drive separately, it'll be anywhere between 680 and 700. That's what I'm thinking. But again, I don't think we're going to learn the price today. Mark Cerny's definitely not the one to reveal the price of the Pro. Certainly not. Although, I don't know, they could like maybe put out a blog post right after his speech or whatever. The leak says 589. Yeah, we went over that leak yesterday, and it said it was going to be like it was like 500 pounds, I think. And if you do the conversion, it would be like almost 650 US dollars, but it's kind of a pointless conversion because, I mean, Sony prices the consoles differently depending on the region. So like they never really increased the price of the PS5 in the US, but they've increased the price of the PS5 in like many other territories. So I'm thinking 600. Shane, you're saying Astrobot failed in the UK because people wanted it to be free like Astro's Playroom. Where are you seeing that it failed? PS5 trade-in program towards the Pro through Sony Direct? Yeah, I wonder if Sony would do something like that. I feel like it's unlikely. Like, I think maybe retailers, like GameStop and stuff, they'll do trade-in promos, but Christopher Dring. All right, I'll go check that out in a minute. We have Michael Lynch here with the super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, 11 minutes behind. Why do you hide Mrs. MBG? Don't be ashamed. Other YouTubers are a husband and wife duo. People actually like that better because you get a better dynamic. Well, hey, we can't rush anything. Isn't that right? Mrs. MBG will probably come on the channel at some point. I just don't think today is the day, you know? Like, that's a big deal. It's like me removing my hat, you know? You can't just do it. You can't just like, here we go.
I'm very busy today.
Yeah, that is true. She is getting some stuff done. That's like why she's in here. Can't distract her too much, you know? It's something she's been planning on doing for a while. Does she also have a hat?
I do not. Well,
No.
I have a hat, but I don't usually wear it. But I like to wear headbands.
Yeah, she's wearing a headband, not a hat. Face reveal at 100K? I don't know, man. I promised a head reveal, you know? No treble champ. Mrs. MBG reveal before GTA 6. I don't know, man. That we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Mr. and Mrs. Mullet. That would be funny. We both wear mullets.
Oh my god, no.
TO Music and Meditation says, damn, MBG, my membership expired. Well, we'll see if we get more membership gifts today. Maybe you'll get lucky and you'll get one. I mean, obviously, I encourage anybody, if it's within your means, to become a member and pay for a membership. It helps the channel a lot, gain access to the content. But I know a lot of people can't do that, and they're hoping they get a membership gift. So we'll see what happens, man. Oh, there. So apparently you're showing up through with your shadow.
Oh no.
There we go. That'll have to suffice, guys. I mean, that's good enough, right? What the hell's going on with my eyebrow here?
I crushed my eyes. I'm sad.
Is my eyebrow balding now?
Your eyebrow's been balding.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Just the left one.
What?
Yep.
Yo, is this...
I'm
Hold on.
sure the right one will get chopped, don't worry.
Mrs. MBG is informing me that my left eyebrow is balding. Has this always been the case? Guys, come on. You just gonna let that happen and not tell me?
Don't worry, I can fill it in for you with an eyebrow pencil.
Hopefully nobody will notice. Drive-By Joe comes in and drops a single membership gift. B-Flesher's reassuring me. He's like, no, it's not, bro. Don't get gaslit.
You're wrong. You're wrong, it is.
Drive-By Joe, thank you so much for the membership gift, man. That brings us to 12 on the day, so we are getting closer to the goal. Appreciate it, guys. Let me just update this. Is the audio a bit tinny? Yeah, it's going to be weird today. It's going to be weird today.
You should show them all the hats on fire.
That's just, no. That's just embarrassing.
It's an extensive hat collection.
We got Apocalyptic with a $5 chat saying, how many pre-order waves do you think we'll get before launch? It's a good question. I mean, I would hope at least like 3 or 4. But the problem is there's going to be scalpers, and I feel like that's going to be a major problem. That's what I'm most nervous about. Where's the beast? Yeah, I don't know why Boss isn't in here. I think Boss is very confused right now. I don't think Boss knows that I'm streaming.
I'm pretty sure he's on little MBG's bed. He likes sleeping there.
Paul says we must protect Mrs. MBG at all costs.
Yes, that's where he is. I found him.
Brad, that's duly noted. But yeah, Apocalyptic, I'm thinking there's going to have to be at least like 3 waves, right? What is happening? Boss, come here, bro.
He's upset.
Come on.
He thinks Luna's gonna
Boss
beat
is
you.
like, hey. He's like, what are you doing? Come over here. All
You
right,
have
don't.
to go to work, boss. What are you doing?
Come on, boss. It's time to go to
Go
work.
to work.
Everybody's asking for you.
You have to go to work. He's confused because the door's open.
Wow, your shadow looks kind of creepy. I just saw it. You're not. No, it's not coming out now. But like when you walk by, it looks very ominous, actually.
I'm gonna walk by like this.
Boss is just looking at me like, what's happening?
Bossy, go to work.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Everybody wants to see you. Come on. Don't be shy. Now you're gonna act shy. It's because you're in here. He's
I'm
like,
embarrassing him. He's like, Mom, don't look at me. I have to go to work.
MBG getting some gray now too. Oh, dude, you don't even know. When I let my hair actually grow out, not only do I just already look old as shit because my hairline. Yeah, dude, like my hair is just graying. It's just graying rapidly. And we have Vu N is what I'm going to call you because if I attempt to pronounce your last name, I'm probably going to just destroy it. Nguyen. Nugent? Is that how you say that? Is that how you say your last name? Vu Nugent. I mean, it does kind of roll off the tongue there, so that's what we're going to call you. Vu, thank you so much, man. You became a member. Greatness awaits. Appreciate the support, buddy. That actually brings us up to 13 members on the day. It says just in time to be a member for my birthday next week. My birthday is this month, too, at the end of the month.
And then my birthday.
Yeah, Mrs. MVG's birthday is like a week later.
No, only 4 days.
Is there... Hold on. Oh, you're right. Yeah, not even a week.
Bro, I'm about to beat your butt. You don't know my birthday?
I know your birthday. Mrs. MBG's about to suplex me live on stream.
Boss, do you hear this?
It's pronounced Win. Newin.
Oh.
Is that how you say it? Newin? Newin, okay.
Dang, I was almost there.
Alright, thank you. Turns out I'm not the only one who doesn't know how to properly pronounce things. Which is good.
I'm not helping you next
I wasn't talking about you. The stream's just gonna end with me getting beat, isn't it? Is my wife Asian?
Do I sound Asian?
I don't want to answer that and keep it a mystery now.
I heard, well, in the members, one of the member streams, somebody asked me what I was before around Christmas time, so it's already been put out there, so it's not a top
True,
secret.
true.
When we were discussing our Christmas traditions.
Oh yeah, you're right. Some people probably remember. I think we have quite a few new people here, or people that maybe don't normally tune into the streams that often. We have Kane Z70 says, Kimura stated play on 30th for MBG's birthday. I feel like that first word there may have been a typo, but well, the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if TGS is going to be occurring through to the 30th. I know TGS kicks off on, I think, the 26th. Yeah, I think it starts from the 26th and ends on the 29th. But that'd be awesome. If Sony did something on the day of my birthday, that'd be sick.
30th anniversary on the 30th? Very well could be.
Be a dream come true. Saying PlayStation not giving sales numbers for Astrobot is kind of worrying you. I don't know. I'm kind of expecting like Sony not to give sales numbers for Astro, because Sony seems to only really give sales numbers for games when they like break some kind of record or something, you know, or set some kind of new record for a franchise. If they, I don't know, if they stay completely silent about it, though, it'll definitely keep people guessing and wondering. Maybe they'll talk about it at their earnings. Yeah, they could do that. I do think Astrobot's a game that probably will sell relatively well. God bless you. During the holiday season. So because of that, they might hold off. Jakey Stee coming in with a super sticker, a behind-the-scenes super sticker. Thank you, Jakey. We also have Disco Cobra 2013 with the super chat, and he says, I'm on East Coast time. When does it start? My hairline is so thin it's barely holding on, lol. Might keep it for a couple more years, then full shave. Well, we have quite a bit in common there, Disco Cobra, because I too am on East Coast time. So it's going to start in 30 minutes. It's going to start at 11 o'clock. So I'll bring that up as we get closer. And yeah, I mean, that's basically what pushed me over the edge to shave my head, is I'm just like, I'm tired of looking at this, but I'm too lazy. Like, I don't care about trying to save my hair, like buying products and stuff, and I just never cared that much. So I'm like, all right, I'll just shave it. And Mrs. MBG likes when my head's shaved. So it really worked out in my favor. But I totally feel you there, Disco Cobra. But yeah, we got about 30 minutes before the stream starts. And we have Cypherpunk saying, we see Chris Deering. He told the fired developers to go drive Ubers. I saw that, yeah. That was being reported on. Chris Deering, I think, is a former Sony executive, and he he was on some kind of podcast, and I did read the article, and he basically was like telling the laid off workers from Sony to like maybe drive an Uber or take a year off at the beach and just hang out or whatever. It's just it's like really weird comments, and I'm not really sure what he was trying to say there. It's just like, what? But I don't think he works at Sony anymore. Go be an Uber driver. Saying the whole quote isn't that bad. People should read it all. We'll see if I can maybe bring up the whole quote. I don't know. I don't know that I care. He doesn't work at Sony anymore, so it's like, what's it matter? Kitbird, you're saying, I'm about to replay the Horizon games on the Pro. Yeah, I do imagine that Horizon is going to make an appearance, not today, but like maybe at the next State of Play when they start showing off PS5 Pro games. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear something about Horizon, because I feel like that's a game that would really benefit, from being shown off on a Pro. When Sony revealed the PS4 Pro, that was the game that they really focused on, was Horizon Zero Dawn. So I could see maybe like Death Stranding 2 and maybe like Horizon Forbidden West getting a PS5 Pro enhancement. Horizon Zero Dawn remastered? Man, I hope not. That's going to be really awkward. Saying Astrobot will be very profitable. It was made by 60 people in Japan. Let's see where we're at here. Oh my god, my screen's too bright. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I think is important to pay attention to with Astrobot, is it doesn't need to be a massive sales success in order for it to make Sony money and do well enough, It is a smaller game. It was made by, like you're saying, like 60 developers, smaller team. The budget, yeah. I mean, it is impressive what they were able to do. We have Disco Cobra 2013 with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much for that, man. He says, so I've been in my thoughts lately, many years in the making, trying to be an upright man. I tend to slip and continue to stumble when looking at women online. Seeing other men having this problem, ever had these issues? Well, Disco Cobra, I want to thank you very much for making sure to save the super chat for when Mrs. MBG is in the room with us for the first time ever. That's quite chaotic. I appreciate that chaotic energy. Well, I mean, realistically speaking, I think that it's a problem. Well, honestly, there are probably plenty of people who partake in what you're talking about here, and they don't see it as a problem, So it's one of these things where it's like, I'm not here to judge anybody, right? But I kind of am in line with what you're saying, Disco Cobra, where you're saying, like, you're trying to, as you put it here, be an upright man and all that. And I do feel like everybody kind of has to navigate, especially these days. What I notice is if you're on any social media, good luck. Like, you're going to be exposed to something, whether you want to be or not. It's just how it's going to be. It's crazier than I think it's ever been. And so, when I'm on YouTube, I see all these like videos kind of pop up of like, oh, here's how you overcome this. And, you got to get rid of all social media. You got to get off the internet. You got to get rid of your smartphone. And I just think it's like, I think it requires a certain level of discipline, right? Where it's like, if you're going to be on social media, if you're going to be on the internet, if you're going to like kind of be involved with it at all, you have to understand, like, there's a good chance you're going to be exposed to certain stuff. And, if it's something that is creating a problem in your life, or something that is, leaving you with bad feelings, you might have to think about, like, rethink if that's really what you should be doing, if that's how you should be, conducting yourself. If you, maybe, I don't know, some people probably do need to just be completely off of social media and completely off the internet. Gaming Survivor says you need to visit Thailand to become a monk. There you go. Gaming Survivor, he's got my back. I'm gonna hand this one to Gaming Survivor now. He'll finish it up. But yeah, I'd say it just comes down to, having a certain level of discipline, and there's also a level of, I guess you could say, self-respect. You're trying to
utilize the not interested button to try to recalibrate your algorithm.
Yeah, that's true. Mrs. MVG says you got to be able to utilize the not interested button, so that way you can kind of tailor the algorithm.
Right.
It's crazy though, dude. On Twitter specifically, I mean, I hate Twitter, but I'm always on it. You just see the craziest stuff in the most random places on Twitter that you would never expect. TikTok's the same. I believe it. That's what I mean. It's like, it's just everywhere. So I'd say it's just about, really trying to just do the best you can, be better, right? Try to be better, I guess. And trying to work on discipline. But I mean, I don't know, man. Going to Thailand, becoming a monk doesn't sound like the worst idea. I'll be honest, like, it is extreme. It is extreme, but it seemed, I don't know, I've always been fascinated by that. So Disco Cobra, I wish you all the luck, man. And it's respectable, trying to improve yourself. And I hope it works out, man. I appreciate the super chat. We also have Yaren with a super chat saying, MBG, did you see the game engine was running Doom without code or game engine? And the game was pro-generated. Anyone will be able to make a game using AI. I actually didn't see this, but it doesn't surprise me. Seeing the strides that AI is, the strides of improvement that it's been making, it's a little bit disturbing, a little creepy. It reminds me of like music, right? The idea that you don't have to be able to do anything musically to be able to type in prompts and generate AI music that a lot of people, if not most people, would not be able to determine if it's real or not. What?
I just bought something twice because I bought it once. This is shoelace things.
Oh. Yeah, that's annoying. So the idea that we'll get to a point where anybody can just make a game using AI, I don't know, man. That opens a lot of doors, I guess. Maybe it opens some doors that we'll think maybe they should have just stayed closed. We'll have to see where it goes. Matt York, a member for 31 months. Thank you for the long time support, man. Saying John Garvin, director of Days Gone, unhappy with Deacon being portrayed in Astrobot, saying he's been reduced to a cartoon in some small game. Wow, LOL. Yeah, Matt York, I would recommend tuning into not my last stream, but the one prior to it. I think it's the stream where I give my Astrobot impressions, because I talked about that for about like 25 minutes or so. But yeah, such a bizarre take from the director of Days Gone, and he got crushed online. I think deservedly so. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, look, man, if that's how you really feel, that's fine, but you don't have to share it publicly. It's just a stupid thing to put out there publicly, and that's what is the weirdest thing, where it's like, you shouldn't really say that out loud. You shouldn't really post that on Twitter. You should just keep that to yourself, because everybody's basically going to tell you just seem like an a-hole. And something I've noticed since John Garvin came out and said that, something I noticed is that a lot of people were suddenly like, oh, well, I guess we know why Sony severed ties, right? Or why there was like a civil war inside of Ben's studio, or why a lot of developers didn't like, I guess, this individual at Ben's studio. And that's where I feel like it makes things look even worse for him, and the way things went down. But I think it's awesome that Deacon St. John is an Astrobot. I was actually a little bit surprised when I saw that. I was like, that's awesome. We have Michael Lynch with a super chat. Says, I had a good Vietnamese friend in high school. His last name was, so how do you pronounce this again? I already forgot. Nguyen? Nguyen. Yeah, we said it like Nugent, but it's Nguyen. Could it be the same person, Michael? Oh, you do have a hat.
I do have a hat.
Mrs. MEG just found her hat.
I have one hat.
What's it say?
It says Ma, Mama, Mom, Bruh.
Ma, mama, mom, bruh.
How do I look?
I think you look good. Should I wear that hat?
Yeah. Put it on.
You know, I'm going to hold off. Something's going to go disastrously wrong.
I was waiting for you to just take your hat off where you're sitting, not even thinking about it.
I know. That's why I'm saying I have to really think. It's pronounced like win. Nguyen. Okay. We're on this. We're still on this.
Yes.
Ryan says, Mrs. MBG appreciates the Switch, unlike MBG with like 10 exclamation points. We got Kitford here with another super chat. Wait, hold on. That doesn't... Are you serious? Really quick. Now somebody's saying it's not pronounced Nguyen. It's just pronounced win. Are you sure? Like, really? Nguyen is just pronounced win.
Listen, the effort was made numerous times because we care, and that's all I gotta say about that.
Mrs. MBG's had enough.
I went like my whole life with people mispronouncing my maiden last name.
All right, well,
I
we
survived.
sorted it out, though. It's a win-win situation. I see what you did there. Come on, Mark Cerny. Let's get the show on the road.
Am I making you nervous?
No. No, it's all good.
I don't believe you.
Do I seem nervous? All right, how do I not seem nervous? Kitford says, I finished your last stream. I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't care about GTA 6. GTA 5 was my first GTA game. It was fun, but I prefer Horizon. No, I think that there are people out there who kind of feel the same way. I mean, I don't know how many people specifically prefer Horizon over GTA, but I
Never really
get
got into GTA.
Mrs. MBG, Mike. Hopefully you can still hear her. I don't know, she's kind of...
Sorry, I'm far away. I'm in the depths of the closet.
But yeah, no, there are definitely people who are not into GTA. Akuma says that's a crazy ass take. I don't think it's crazy. I think it's...
two very different games.
Yeah, that's true. They are really different games. I mean...
But I never really liked GTA. I mean, I didn't dislike it, but it's not my favorite.
Gaming Survivor. Why did you just say the craziest stuff, man?
What do you say?
Gaming Survivor says being nervous got me into Synthol. Now I'm confident.
What the hell
Do you know what
is that?
Synthol is?
No.
Oh, Gaming Survivor. Mrs. MBG doesn't even know what Synthol is. Synthol's like this, I don't know, like, if it's like some kind of, I think it's like some kind of oil or something, but you basically inject it into your muscles and it artificially, like, expands and inflates your muscle. You ever see that SpongeBob episode with the anchor arms?
I was literally about to say that. I was literally about to say. So, like,
Be a
SpongeBob,
jerk.
Right. Got it.
So,
I got it.
Gaming Survivor's like that shark dude
Yes.
from that SpongeBob episode. Oh, man.
I used to be a wimp. No, I'm a jerk.
I used to be a wimp. That's awesome. Gotta inject synthol into your hairline for maximum gains. I don't think that's how it works, but I appreciate
Bald
the
is
suggestion.
beautiful.
Yeah, no, synthol's a joke though, dude. You ever see people who inject synthol? It's like, what are you doing? Gaming Survivor, get it together, man.
That's funny. I didn't know that was real.
Did I see the news on Metal Gear Solid Delta? Whoa, hold on. I did not. What news? What news?
They're just fucking with you,
I had a dream about Metal Gear Solid Delta last night. All right? It is weird. I don't know why. I woke up, I was like, why am I dreaming about this game? But you know what? You know what my dream was, though? My dream was we found out Metal Gear Solid Delta is actually releasing in November. And I was like super stoked about it. I'm like, dude, that's just in a couple months. Only nerds have dreams about Metal Gear Solid.
Wrecked.
Mini Tom says I'm a true gamer dreaming about Metal Gear.
Yeah.
I think Kojima would be proud. Maybe a little creeped out. I don't know.
Kojima would be scared.
DJ Bruntmeyer says laughing, my girlfriend is sitting next to me. She has a shirt that says mom, mommy, mama, bruh. So
Yes.
awesome. Thought that was funny. That is awesome. That's awesome, DJ Bruntmeyer. That's crazy. What are the chances?
We're cool like that.
Saying Mrs. MBG needs to make more appearances. Man, I thought Fred Vance was kidding earlier, but I don't know.
What?
You're gonna take over the channel.
Sorry about that.
When's the reveal happening? In about 15 minutes. Let me see if I can bring it up here. All right, give me a second to bring this stream up, guys. Oh, hold on. I feel like I gotta move this up, though. I gotta move it up so you don't see everything else on screen. Just give me a second. There we go. What would I do if the reveal was a handheld? I mean, I'd be shocked. I don't know what I would do. I would be very baffled. Kipford says, I just found out Slitterhead is launching in November. Yeah, Slitterhead looks like such a strange game. Not a bad game, just very unique. Some of the original creator of Silent Hill, I think, right? Guys, we are... Let me see where we're at. So we are currently... Yeah, so this is going to be starting in like 10 minutes. We're currently sitting at 13 members on the day. I'm going to encourage you guys. Let's see if we can hit that 25 mark before the... see if we can push for it. Hit 25 members. Feed the beast, who's actually sleeping peacefully right now. Everyone become a member, says Mini Tom. They do a PlayStation Portal update to make it a handheld. Oh, let me make sure I didn't get any direct donations, by the way. Always get a little bit nervous I miss something. Oh, okay. So, really quick. Good thing I checked. Almost missed a direct donation from Grady2742. He says, hey, MBG, appreciate everything you do. I also watch Reforge Gaming and a couple of other YouTubers, but never miss your streams. Never go woke, bro. I feel like the last part there was just kind of out of left field. But Grady, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you dropping a direct donation. And yeah, for anybody wondering how you do that, there's a pinned comment from me in the chat. You can donate directly and leave a message just like a super chat, but like 100% of what you donate goes to the creator. So really appreciate that, man. Thank you for the support. And thank you for watching all the streams. It means a lot. Refresh it. All right, let me refresh. Hold on. 9 minutes. So I guess, should I wear my headphones? I don't know. Should I wear my headphones or just mute my mic when it comes on? Because if I mean, Mrs. MBG's in the room here. Do you want to hear Mark Cerny?
I do.
Mrs. MBG wants to hear Mark Cerny. She does. So I might have to just mute my mic while we're watching it. Because if I don't, it's going to come through. Have to think about this. Don't have much time to think about it. An Angry Whale Watcher comes in and drops a single membership gift. Angry Whale Watcher, thank you so much, man. He wants to get a single train going. Leave the mic on. I don't know how I'm going to do that, though. Angry Whale Watcher brings us up to 14 members. Guys, we're almost there. Are we going to feed the beast before Mr. Cerny presents? And Whiskey Gaming comes in, drops another 5-bomb. Whiskey Gaming wants to get us there. Comes out of nowhere. That's 6 members gifted. We're so close. Boss, we're so... Man, he is like knocked out. What is that? Oh. Nice. So guys, we're at 19 members now. 19. We're 6 away. 6 away. We hit the goal. Sorry for the white screen here.
Look what I found.
And Gavin drops a member gift. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hold on. Why are you doing this? Why? This was a mistake. Gavin drops a membership gift. Many time officials like, oh. But we are at 20 members. Guys, we are at 20 members. 5 more members, we hit the goal. The clown wig returns. We have the wig. Yes, Mrs. MBG is quite chaotic. Somebody says she has such an evil laugh.
I do.
Where's the effing wig? So guys, Whiskey Gaming dropped 5 members. Angry Whale Watcher dropped a single. Gavin dropped a single. We are now at 20 members. We got about 7 minutes. Seven minutes. 5 more members. We hit the goal. And we could strive for a goal of 50 members, maybe, after that. So, I don't know. I really have to decide now, though. Do I mute my mic or...
All those fuckers. Look, the volume button's not lighting up.
Yeah. Well, there we go. When do I think pre-orders will begin? Probably next week sometime. Don't mute the mic. You want to hear my reactions? All right, well, I'll have to turn the gain down for now, significantly. Well, yeah, I'm going to have to put my headphones in. That's the only way. You're literally outside of GameStop right now, just in case. That's interesting. I guess that's kind of smart. You never know. I don't want to give you false hope, though. Do they have music playing? Wait, I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing any sound. So I'm like confused. It feels like there should be sound. Right?
Were you looking for this?
Hold on. Yes, actually, I was. Let me pop out the chat here. We have Magnum Gaming with the super chat, says Astrobot set up with screen space reflections to show a PS5 Pro enhanced version running with RDNA 4 ray tracing later in the state of play. They could do that, yeah. I mean, I do suspect the PS5 Pro will make some kind of, you know, some kind of appearance in Astrobot. So you guys are confirming to me that there is no sound. I guess that makes sense. It would be a little strange maybe to have like hype music playing for Mark Cerny ASMR. MEG push for 500 likes. Let me see where we're at. So we have almost 1,200 people here watching, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. We're currently at 355 likes. Let's get a big push. Can we get 500 likes? I think we easily could. We have more than enough people here to make that happen. I'd really appreciate that. Hitting the like button helps the stream quite a bit. And because we still have 2 minutes, I'm going to push 5 more members. And we feed the beast. We hit the goal of 25. We're currently sitting at 20. IP Gaming says only if you say please. Please, IP Gaming. Please hit that like button. You're right. Have good manners. And DJ Bruntmeyer does it. DJ Bruntmeyer, let me make sure this is coming through.
Boasty, read me. It's time to feed the beast.
DJ Bruntmeyer drops the 5 bomb. We shall now feed the beast.
Where's Looney?
Luna, you go, bro. It's all you, man. Luna, don't scare him away. Here.
Looney, bye.
There you go. Enjoy. Feast. DJ Bruntmeyer, thank you so much, man. So that hits the first goal. We hit 25 members. Clown wig, locked and loaded, ready to go.
Wait. Is there a goal for the clown wig that I missed?
Right now, there's not a goal for the clown wig.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like it's a Mark Cerny technical presentation, you know? Is this the appropriate place for a clown wig?
We found the clown wig. It's always an appropriate time for the clown.
Boss can't even sleep in peace now. You're damn right he can't. Gotta wake his ass up with some treats. Hey, boy.
Oh, please, he wants to be woken up.
I know.
His chubby butt.
It's time to eat those treats. All right, we got like 1 minute. Mrs. MBG, are you ready for your snacks?
I'm ready for lunch.
Ready for lunch?
Yeah, I didn't eat yet. Look what I found.
Oh,
When I
wow.
first
Yeah.
went.
Danny says, greatness awaits PSP2. Tom from Toonami says, I'm benching to this. LMAO.
count your people.
Yeah. Hey, if we hit 50 members today, I'll do some reps. Mrs. MBG, count the reps. Spot me. All right, let's hear what Mark Cerny has to say. I don't know what that is. Here we go. Cerny shall rise.
Hi, I'm Mark Cerny. I'm excited to be here to talk about the newest addition to our console lineup, PlayStation 5 Pro, and how it advances gaming technology.
There it is.
But first, I want to take just a minute to look at what we put in the original PlayStation 5 and how it delivers an exceptional gaming experience. When PS5 debuted in 2020, it brought a lot to the table. 8 Zen 2 CPU cores form the brains of PlayStation 5 and enable high-speed complex gameplay, with character counts reaching into the hundreds and frame rates that can be as high as 120 frames a second. PS5 has a powerful RDNA 2 GPU, which can render anything from intricate details to fantastic worlds with vast panoramas to explore. Ray tracing allows for dramatic visual improvements, including reflections off of water or glass, and the realism that comes from real-time global illumination. A custom SSD can load data at breathtaking speed, resulting in ultra-fast transitions between game worlds and data streaming rates so high that traversal speeds are essentially unlimited.
You okay? I'm working on it!
Tempest 3D audio tech brings an unparalleled sense of immersion to the sound of the games. With audio so real, you may not even need to see the enemies to know exactly where they are. Finally, the DualSense controller has haptics that let you feel through your hands what your character is experiencing inside of the game. It's wonderful to see such variety and richness of game experiences. Creators have made amazing use of the hardware capabilities, but when I talk to them, I do hear about their desire for more graphics performance. The dreams of the developers are bigger than can be supported at 60 frames per second, and that leads to an aspect of modern gaming that we're all familiar with: graphics modes. It can be a difficult choice for players. Fidelity modes emphasize the visuals, typically through higher resolution rendering. These modes might also have enhanced detail or use more ray tracing. But the games only run at 30 frames per second. The visuals can be choppier and the controls less responsive. Performance modes emphasize frame rate and interactivity, typically choosing to run at 60 frames per second, mainly by reducing the graphical detail until those frame rates can be achieved. When asked to decide on a mode, players are choosing performance about 3/4 of the time.
Wow.
Removing that decision, or at least narrowing that divide, is one of the key targets for PlayStation 5 Pro.
Okay.
We want to give players the graphics that the game creators aspire to, at the high frame rates that players typically prefer. To do that, PS5 Pro substantially improves over PlayStation 5 in 3 ways. Here's what we call the Big 3. First, we made the GPU much larger and increased the speed of the memory it uses. The result is rendering that's up to 45% faster. Second, we made major upgrades to the ray tracing, taking a streamlined and accelerated approach that allows calculation of the rays at double or even triple the speeds of PlayStation 5. And finally, we added custom hardware for machine learning and an AI library called PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR for short.
There it is.
PSSR analyzes the game images pixel by pixel and can add an extraordinary amount of detail, which boosts the effective resolution of the games. Game creators are adding PS5 Pro support to new and existing titles, and with the Big 3 involved, the results can be pretty amazing, with graphics showing something like fidelity levels of detail, but it doubled the frame rate. Here's
Damn.
The Last of Us Part 2 running on PS5 Pro. It has huge amounts of detail and targets a super smooth 60 frames per second. Let's compare this to the fidelity mode on PS5, which is only running at 30 frames per second and is therefore much choppier.
Interesting choice to go with The Last of Us Part 2 as the first game to show.
Fidelity-like graphics at performance frame rates has been achieved for a broad set of
There's
titles,
Spider-Man
including
2.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. We can see that PS5 Pro is close to doubling the power of PlayStation 5.
Wow.
Another way to compare the two consoles is to look at PS5 Pro versus Performance mode on PS5, both of which target 60 frames per second. What we see here is a difference in detail.
Oh,
PS5
wow.
Pro is much
Yeah, you can see
sharper
that.
and crisper than PS5. For this, my favorite is the parade scene from Ratchet & Clank. Distant details are much clearer. And here we can see Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is noticeably higher resolution throughout the scene, including the trees and procedural cars.
A lot crisper.
So overall, some remarkable improvement to the games. On PS5 Pro, we can see increased sharpness to the graphics or smoother and more responsive.
So it's fidelity mode,
This is the big three
but at
showing
60
their
FPS.
value. As you've been seeing, machine learning via the PSSR library is being used quite broadly to add pixel detail and boost frame rate. But there are as many approaches as there are game engines. The increase in raw GPU power is being especially effective for Horizon Forbidden West. Apart from the detail boost, that extra graphics power is allowing for improvements to lighting and visual effects, as well as to the hair and the skin in cinematics.
Open up, guys. Jorv's orders.
Good enough for me.
Ray tracing is finding broad usage as well, particularly when the games are focused on higher frame rates. The faster hardware in PS5 Pro can make a real difference, allowing Gran Turismo 7 to add ray-traced reflections between the cars in gameplay, while continuing to support their targeted 60 frames per second. That boost in ray tracing is also delivering big wins for Hogwarts Legacy,
Oh, I wasn't expecting to
allowing
see
not only
Hogwarts.
for better reflections and a greater variety of reflective surfaces, but also for further realism in the casting of shadows. I hope you've enjoyed this run-through of the technology behind PlayStation 5 Pro. Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built, and a worthy addition to the PS5 family. Let me wrap this up by giving you a quick look at a number of games running on the new console.
I'm gonna. Sorry. I have to mute that. I really don't want to have the stream. There it is. They're showing it. Okay. So the renders we saw, that's exactly what it looks like. Wow. So Spider-Man 2, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Horizon Forbidden West, The Last of Us Part 2, Demon Souls is getting PS5 Pro Enhanced? Really? Ratchet and Clank? Demon Souls is a surprise. Wasn't expecting that. Alan Wake 2 is getting PS5 Pro Enhanced. Is this Assassin's Creed? GT7? Hogwarts Legacy? Is that Dragon's Dogma 2? So, yeah, short, sweet, to the point. Oh my god, it's actually going to be $700. Holy shit. November 7th. Holy shit. Sony said fuck it. There we go. $700 PS5 Pro. That's a hard sell, dude. Oh man, that's a hard sell. You spit out your tea? Well, shit, man. Okay, so I was totally wrong. We did get the we did get the price and the release date. $700 US. Holy shit, dude. I have to say, so we just talked about this, how I feel like I definitely considered $700 a possibility, and that's not even with the disc drive. That's not even with the disc drive. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Dude, you're talking $800 with the disc drive. Are they out of their minds? Yo, I think Sony finally snapped, bro. I'm not even trying to be dramatic. I think Sony finally snapped. They are trying to sell a PS5 Pro with a disc drive for $780. What? Oh no. Dude, so hold on, somebody called this. Somebody in my stream not that long ago called this, man. They were like, yo, PS5 Pro is going to be $800. I'm like, yeah, out of your damn mind. No fucking way. And it's actually going to be $800 if you want a disc drive. Oh, geez, man. All right, let me put up a poll. I got to ask you guys. I'm going to ask you guys what you think. Are you buying... Oh, hold on. Are you buying a PS5 Pro for $700? Yes. No. Maybe. That's nuts. I am genuinely shocked at the $800 disc drive PS5 Pro. Well, they didn't even confirm it. I don't know. Listen, I'm jumping to conclusions. They didn't even say whether or not you can attach the disc drive. Shit, I don't even know. Is it digital only? Includes tax statement for all. Only on the bottom one? Oh yeah, I don't know. Prawn Pizza says, I'ma say it. Price seems like a scam. Let me see. We have Cypherpunk saying $800 and an expensive TV if you want full use of it. 800 euro is almost $900. Truly incredible. Mrs. MBG, do you want to weigh in here? $700 for a Pro. Initial thoughts.
A lot of money.
That is a lot of money. Yeah, it is. All right, well, we got to start our PS5 Pro fund right now, guys. All right, let me go see. So they probably put out a blog post. Let me go check the PlayStation blog, okay? We got to go see what's going on here. I missed Jerry A's super chat. And he said, $700 day one. I don't give an F. Get a second job, peasants. Cypherpunk also said, crazy we had to wait till near 2025 to get 4K 60 FPS. All right, let's go check the PlayStation blog. And sorry, I got a couple more chats here. We got Chris Brown saying, everyone said buy a PC, $1,500, but cry at $699. Well, the thing is, we are going to have to see how it compares, because we only saw a couple of games. We're going to have to see how the Pro compares against the PC at the same price, right? Because the truth is, I don't know, maybe a PC would be much more expensive. I don't know. All I do know is that this is the most expensive console we've ever seen from Sony. That I do know. And I think it's safe to say that they are not expecting a lot of sales. I would have thought they would have went for $600 in an effort to try to maximize sales, but nah. I think it's really just going to be for people who really want it. Anthony O says 800 euros with no disc. They are out of their effing minds. Or are they out of their effing minds? Yeah, I really need to see if there's going to be a disc drive or not. Snap Blast Play says L. We have Supremacy 101 saying, freaking told you in the comments, yes, yes, and yes to all. And just as I stated, it happened. Why? Because it wouldn't make sense to keep teasing people at this point in time. Just doesn't make sense. And then Flatted Fifth says, this is clearly to prime us for the PlayStation 6 and next gen to be $600 or $700 from day one. And then Iman says, blog post says you can add the disc drives. Okay, thank you. So that confirms it. PlayStation blog post confirms you can add the disc drive. The disc drive is $80. If you want a disc-based PS5 Pro, $780 US. That's a lot of money. I mean, look, man, I gotta see. I don't know. We do have to. I'm so focused on the price. Like, what do we think about how the games looked? Essentially, what Sony seems to be offering with the PS5 Pro, and the way Mark Cerny described it, is the PS5 Pro is essentially fidelity mode at 60 FPS. Like, that's basically how they marketed it. Do we think that's worth it? Reptar Runs Free says they're going to need a banger showcase to move Pro units at $700 a pop. I do agree. Yeah, they're going to have to show more than... I mean, look, it's fine. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to see any games at this or during this 9-minute stream. So the fact that we saw as many as we did is like, oh, okay, that was more than I expected. But they were all older games. We didn't see any new games. He said new games are going to be taking advantage of it. John Young says, I live in the UK. That's 700 pounds plus 100 pounds for the disc drive. 800 pounds total is over $1,000. Sony's completely lost my money. Yazer with a super chat says, do not care about the price. Having more fidelity at 60 FPS is worth it for me. Day one purchase. Kainsey7 says 2 terabyte SSD. So it is going to be 2 terabytes. Okay, that helps explain the price point then. I was expecting maybe a 1 terabyte. Josh Z says, I will say that I definitely noticed a visual difference, but mine would have to break before I ever bought. For the record, I bought my Steam Deck Max Storage for the same price. I did see a difference too, but the difference basically is just greater visual clarity. Mark Cerny seemed to make it clear, and I don't know if you guys picked up on this, okay? He seemed to make it clear that games that offer performance modes are the games that are going to benefit the most from this machine. So, like, if you are playing a game, because he said 3/4 of players are choosing to play games in performance mode, aka 60 FPS mode, if you're choosing to do that, you will get greater visual clarity. Essentially, you will get fidelity mode level graphics at 60 FPS, but it doesn't seem... It seems to me, and we'll have to get further clarification on this, the idea is the PS5 Pro is not going to change a 30 FPS game that's CPU bound to suddenly, if it's running on Pro, it's now going to be 60 FPS. It's not going to be able to do that, which I guess maybe isn't a surprise. Sweet. Easy E says, man, Sony's completely out of touch. Xbox going third party is showing to be bad for console gaming. Nintendo must now become a competitor. Nintendo does have a chance to become a much more serious competitor to Sony if the Switch 2 gets mass third-party support. If the Switch 2 gets mass third-party support and people are actually choosing to play Call of Duty or something on the Switch, on their, docked, I don't know how likely that is, but it could prove to be more of a competitor than Sony's anticipating. Alpha Spooker says, yes, a PC is more expensive, but you're getting crazy performance over the Pro. The 700 is insane for such a resolution bump. Base PS5 is the best deal. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, I want to get the Pro, obviously, but it's a harder sell for me than I expected. Like, I need to see what Sony's going to show coming up. Like, I need to see new games. It's nice to see the improvements to older games, and it was like a nice surprise to see something like Demon's Souls. But I'm going to be real with you right now. Like, if I boot up Demon's Souls on my PS5 right now and play it in performance mode, I really don't know, like, how much better. Like, I'm sure it can look better on the Pro, but I just don't know that, for how much I would need to pay for a Pro. Like, for me, it would be almost $800 because I want the disc drive. I had to pay almost $800 for Pro, and I need to see Sony show more games. And I'm going to give them that opportunity before really jumping to conclusions. But I don't know, man. this is coming from somebody who did expect a $600 price point. Iman says pre-orders begin September 26th. Okay. So that is basically at the end of the month, after presumably a state of play after TGS. Let me The Caped Crusader says, and that's without tax. This is hella pricey and tone deaf from Sony in this economy. Gonna wait till it's like $600. I'm good with my current PS5. Well, the good news here is that even like if we look at Sony, because I'm sure a lot of people right now are looking at Sony like, oh my God, you are out of your mind. The good news, and I've always stressed this and I've always emphasized this, and it's truer now than ever. If you decide I don't want a Pro and the Pro isn't for me, you're not going to miss out on anything. You're not really going to lose anything. Like, you're not going to get the best possible graphics for upcoming exclusives like Wolverine and stuff, but you're not going to miss out on much. You know what I mean? Like, if you stick to your base PS5, when you buy Death Stranding, if you buy Wolverine, in the future, like Ghost of Tsushima 2, like, you're still going to get very amazing looking, well-running games on your base PS5. So Sony is positioning this console exactly as I expected them to, even though to me $700 is still more than I expected. They're positioning it where it's just a decked out console. You're going to pay the premium for it. You're certainly going to pay the premium for it, but it's specifically just for those who want it. It's for those who really want it, who are really excited for it. And to anybody else, like, if you're questioning this console right now, I don't think it's for you, truthfully. But yeah, the demand to see games. Listen, I will tell you right now, I will tell you this. Sony will truly reveal that they are out of their minds if they think they're going to go the rest. If they think they're going to open up pre-orders on September 6th and not show like a bunch of games, man. They have to have a big show of some kind. They have to. If they think they're going to open up pre-orders for this thing and not show games, then they're crazy. I think at that point Sony would have to be crazy, because it's like, bro, I know that this is just for the people who really want it, but even the people who really want it want to see some new games, you know? GBRC says, how can they call this a Pro console without a disc drive? Dumb, just dumb. Well, I mean, if they had two SKUs, the second SKU would look like almost $800. So I kind of understand where they're like, we don't want to show a price tag higher than $700. But I'm just glad for a minute there. I thought it was going to be digital only. I'm just at least glad that you will be able to attach a disc drive. So like in the future, if I do get a Pro, I'm not going to. That would have been the dude. If Sony decided to go with all digital PS5 Pro, that would be it. I'd be like, you guys are nuts. All right, let me read the rest of these chats really quick, and we'll head over to the blog post. Caped Crusader actually re-upped his membership. Thank you so much for that, man. That brings us to 26 members on the day. Let me hold on. Got a lot going on right now on my screen. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna. Oh, hold on, I messed up. I'm still here, guys. Don't hold on. Sorry about that. We're going to head over to the blog post in just a moment. Just bear with me for 1 second. And to everybody dropping super chats, I appreciate it. Just want to make sure the member goal is updated. We have Kane Z7 saying it's a console for enthusiasts. Obviously, don't need to buy it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not hating on it. There's nothing wrong with the console itself. I don't think there's anything wrong about the situation. The only thing that would feel slightly wrong to me, and again, I'm not saying it's wrong because we don't know if this is going to happen. knowing that pre-orders open up on September 26th, the only thing that would feel wrong to me is if Sony rolled this console out and didn't have a proper show showing new games of some kind. Just, you know, getting people more excited on the game side of things. Because what they showed was more than I expected. Like, yeah, The Last of Us Part 2, Ratchet and Clank and all that. That's great. But, you know, those games already look really good to me. And I already played them. So it's like I'm kind of waiting to see the newer stuff. The console itself is fine, though. I mean, I'm sure there are people clowning on it at this very moment. Twitter's a bloodbath. Oh, I can only imagine. The most important thing people need to keep in mind, and this is what I will say. If you are deeply disturbed by the Pro, the best thing you could do is just ignore it. Pretend it doesn't even exist. Don't buy it. Don't send Sony your money. That's it. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. But the reality is, I think Sony is aware that people are going to buy this console because they're excited for it. Like some people. Regardless of how much hate there may be, there are going to be people who pay $700 for this console. And, you know, I don't... Again, it's just like, you can yell at the person doing that, but how does it affect you? You know what I mean? If you're on PS5. It just doesn't. That's the reality. Invest in a PC. You could do that too. Yeah. That's what I'm curious to see. I want to know how this thing stacks up against PC, because I think right now there are definitely people who are maybe thinking about a Pro, but then when they realize it would cost me like $700, what could I get if I want to invest in PC? Could I get something comparable to what the Pro is going to offer? I don't know. That I don't know. Sean Mitchell says, if we have another scalper situation, I can't see them moving them the same. And if they do, the folk paying over the ends for them are crazy. Yeah, that is maybe one good thing here, if you want to call it that, is that the fact that it's going to be $700 means the chance of it getting scalped is much, much lower. Like, the chances of you being able to secure one, if you want one, are a lot higher now. So, Capono, you're saying MBG seems so unimpressed. I mean, it's just because this is exactly, other than, again, I wasn't expecting a $700 price point. Certainly not close to $800 for a disc model. But what the console is doing is exactly what I expected it to, where Mark Cerny basically was just like, hey, bigger GPU, you're going to better ray tracing, PSSR, you're going to get fidelity mode at 60 FPS. Like, that's what I was expecting. And that's what they're delivering. And so all that's left for me to do now is just ask myself, is that going to be worth the price of the upgrade? Ansel says, I'm sure Sony knows $700 isn't going to garnish massive sales. The Pro is for the hardcore customer who want more than the regular PS5 can offer. Exactly, yeah. I think it'll find its audience, certainly. OK says, told you it would be $700 to $800. Test run for $1,000 PlayStation 6. You know, OK, I can't even say anything right now. You're right. You were right. You're saying it's a test run. OK, do you work at Sony, bro? $1,000 PS6. Hicksock says, I'm outraged. €800 plus 150 for a drive. What the F? I'm sure, yeah, I think a lot of people are probably outraged right now. I guess if you want to... I don't know. Are you guys outraged? Is anybody... Who's outraged? I don't know that I'm outraged. I'm a little surprised, but I'm not outraged. Like, I'm not angry. I mean, it would be different if this was like, you know, if the PS5 Pro was like needed. I'm not outraged because it's like, if at the end of the day, if I look at this and I'm like, this just isn't enough for me, I'm just not going to buy it. Like, I'm just going to stick to my PS5. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's reason to be outraged, but... Let me see here. We have Rooster Jackson says, wait another couple of years and these games will look better on the PlayStation 6 anyway for the same price. Your money, but not worth it to me at all. Yet, to me, that's the biggest elephant in the room. It's not even the fact that it's $700. It's the fact that in like 3 or 4 years, we're going to be looking down the barrel of a PlayStation 6. And what you're saying is true. All of these games will run better on the PlayStation 6 or just as good. So It is a matter of like, I guess it's a matter of how much use you could really see yourself getting out of it. I mean, if I were to buy a Pro for $700 and I were to use it as much as I've used my base PS5, I would definitely get my money's worth out of it. Certainly. But yeah, I think for a lot of people, there's just kind of that reality of like, but the PlayStation 6 isn't that far away. Actually says, MBG, you're getting it day one. Who are you kidding? I probably am, yeah. Probably. I want to at least, I don't know. I'm not 100% yet, though. I got to see Sony put on a game show. Sony, show me the games, and then we'll see. Perfect Image says, MBG, I said this last podcast. Sony's trying to cope for what the devs and the game engines can already do at 60 FPS. It's cool, though. Dominic213 says, to me, it felt like a Sony Alpha camera presentation, just like the current lineup of Sony A7 cameras. 18 May says, how much more powerful will a base PS6 at $500 versus a PS5 Pro at $700? What's the chance we never see a $500 option for the PlayStation 6? I don't know. OK seems to think Sony's going to be pushing for a $1,000 console. I don't know about that. I still don't know about that, but I've never seen Sony put out a $700 console before. We have Neo Exodus saying, do you think the price changed last minute because of Concord and the stand isn't included? The stand is, yeah, good point. The stand probably isn't included, so that'll cost you extra as well. No, I don't think they changed the price at the last second. I don't think so. I think that it was always going to be this much. Like, I don't think what happened with Concord recently has anything to do with it. Kate Crusader says, you calling us broke, MBG? LOL. No, I think plenty of people could absolutely afford. I think a lot of people could afford the Pro, but it really is still like, I think what people need to understand is that this price point in the console space is not normal. That's, I think, what it boils down to. And that's kind of the awkward position that Sony's in right now, where it's like, the reality is what is inside of the PS5 Pro probably is worth the asking price, I would assume, right? Like if we see all the components and all the hardware, will it be worth $700? Yeah, probably. But there's the combination of this price point is not usually what people see in the console space. That on top of, you know, I saw it in my chat and I'm seeing it now. A lot of people are looking at this presentation and they're questioning, like, you know, are these gains worth it? Are the gains that we're seeing presented, are they worth it? And that's the thing, man. I feel like the Pro is in a somewhat unique position where it doesn't really matter, right? It only matters to the person, to the individual. Because I could sit here and say, yeah, I didn't see anything that looked worth it. I don't know that those gains look worth upgrading to a $700 machine. That doesn't matter to the person next to me who's already decided, I like what I'm seeing. Here's my card. Sign me up, you know, pre-order. That doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. So it's like, if I decide I just want to stick to my base PS5, Sony doesn't really care. It's just like, okay, cool. You know? That's the unique position that the Pro is in. It is an enthusiast console, and so because of that, it can be sold at a price point that's reflective of that. Instant Messenger Sama says, that means the PS6, which is coming out 2027, will be 100% digital only. No chance. No chance. And the reason why I tell you this is because one of the biggest selling points of the PlayStation 6 when it comes out will be backwards compatibility with your PS5 games. There are going to be millions of people who upgrade to the PlayStation 6 that have physical PS5 games. So the only thing that Sony could do is maybe say, if you like register your game disc or something, we'll give you a digital version on the PlayStation 6. They could go that route, but they already produce a separate disc drive. The reality is we're going to see Sony do pretty much the same exact thing with the PlayStation 6, where when the PlayStation 6 is revealed, it'll probably have a somewhat similar, not entirely similar, but it'll share similarities with the PlayStation 5 and 5 Pro in that like we're just showing you the digital model. You could buy a disc drive separately if you want, or if you already, chances are you'll probably be able to take the current PS5 disc drive that's detachable and attach it to your PlayStation 6. I think the disc drive has now essentially been relegated to an accessory. So it will still, the option will exist. Anthony Perez says, Sony's message, sorry you're broke, we have no competition, we can do what we want, talk when we want, price what we want, and you will take it. I mean, it is aggressive, yeah, I agree. Like, Sony's messaging right now is very much, and we've talked about this, Sony has no fucking competition, dude. Like, what Sony is doing right now is what Microsoft hoped they would do, which is, yeah, they're just gonna hurt themselves. And I don't know how much this hurts Sony truly, because it's like, the outrage will exist online, and the outrage will exist for a certain amount of time, but then the outrage will fade away, and the Pro will still exist, and PS5s will still sell. Not Pros, I'm talking base PS5s. Like, I just think this is one of those things where everybody's going to get their pitchforks and torches out now, because it is a shocker to a lot of people. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of money for a console. So the pitchforks and torches are going to be out now, but then it's just going to fade away, because the reality is like, so what PS5 did you buy? Oh, I just bought the base. Oh, okay. Yeah, the price it's been at since it launched. Oh, okay. Their stock just jumped. Oh, man. Okay, well, I guess the shareholders are happy. Shareholders have a different viewpoint, I guess. I don't know. I'm like kind of in the middle right now. Like, it's cool to see a console like this. Like, to see a console this powerful. But, yeah, Sony's not fucking around with the price point there. Alex Mercer says, could you imagine the price of the PlayStation 6 without the disc drive and the... Oh, hold on, I lost you. Shit, hold on. And the PS6 Pro. $700 for the Pro. Now I genuinely don't know when again. GTA 6, man. Shattered Glass 23 says, I expected $700 because of the economy. Parts are still high for regular PS5. What did all of you really expect? Shaking my head at all of you guys. Pay up. Well, people do need to, people need to be careful with their level of entitlement. You know, this is why I'm saying you just got to cut through the bullshit. You're going to see people screeching that Sony should absolutely sell us a cheaper PS5 Pro. And it's like, listen, I'm pro-consumer in that sense as well, too, where it's like, yeah, I would like this console to be cheaper. But if Sony has determined that this is what we need to sell it at to break even or make some type of profit, it's not my place to tell Sony how to run their business. What my place is as a consumer is to decide, am I going to give you my money or not? And you know what I mean? So it's like, this is why I'm saying the online outrage doesn't, in this specific instance, online outrage can be helpful sometimes. In this specific instance, it doesn't matter, because Sony's already determined, like, we don't care if you decide not to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, Sony doesn't give a shit about anybody right now saying this is a ripoff, because they're going to tell you, do you have a base PS5? And if you say yeah, they'll be like, okay, we don't care then. Like, our goal is to get you to buy a PS5, not to buy a Pro. Our goal is to get you to buy a PlayStation console. Whether you want the Pro or not is irrelevant. That's the point. That's the point that I think people, you know, some people are maybe missing here. We also have the Otacon68 saying, dude, in Europe, it's 920 euros with this drive. That's $1,000. Yeah, I'll be honest, man. For $1,000, I'm just going to stick to the PS5 base. that is $1,000. That's, yeah. 50% better performance and double the storage. See, this is what I mean. Somebody's saying, damn, ABG, are you talking for Sony now? Listen, people need to be able to separate. Like, no, I'm not talking for Sony. I'm talking to you realistically. Like, I'm giving it to you as a realist. I literally am the same. Like, I'm sitting here telling you, if you want to send a message to Sony that this console's too expensive, don't buy it. That's how you send that message to Sony. Don't give them your money. It's that simple. I mean, you could post online about it too. Maybe Sony will see that, but this isn't like a Concord situation, you know? We have Steranko saying it's overpriced. Old Sony is back with tax for both the drive and the system could be $900. We needed Xbox. If the Pro is $700, what will the PS6 be like? Well, that's the thing I really want to know about is it like, I don't know, you're saying the console's overpriced. Is it? That I want to know, like, is it actually overpriced? I don't know. I mean, he says the GPU is like 45% more powerful. We know it's got 2 terabytes of storage. So I know that these things are going to make it more expensive overall. Twice as powerful as something you paid $500 for. $700 is really not that bad. I mean, see, this is what I mean. It's different for everybody. Some people are fine with it. Other people are not. Some people are just totally indifferent to it. We have Jerry A. He says, day one PS5 and iPhone 16 Pro. I don't give an F. Jerry A's hyped. Disco Cobra says, you think they will offer a drive option? I don't see them selling much with pure digital. Anyone confirm the drive? I feel like I'm a Sony simp if I cave. Damn, Disco Cobra's feeling the pressure. They did confirm on their blog post, apparently. On the blog post, apparently, it will be... you will be able to buy a disk drive separately and attach it. I don't need these on anymore. We have the Zombie Fanatic. He says, Sony are an embarrassment. It's that simple. Jerome Montgomery says, disc model 800. Wow, are you getting it? I don't know yet. I don't know. Because that's the thing. If I were to get the Pro, I'm looking at close to $800. I'm looking at close to $800 because I don't have the PS5 Slim. I don't have a detachable disk drive, so I would have to buy the disk drive. It definitely makes me hesitate, and I'm going to have to see. Like, I'm going to have to see the games. If Sony wows me with some amazing games that like this is what they're going to look like, new games, that this is what they're going to look like on the Pro, yeah, I could see myself going for it. But right now, I don't know, man. That's tough. That's a tough sell, even for me. Even for me. The Contextual Gamer says it includes a disk drive. Include a disk drive and make a 1 terabyte. Now that's a thumbs up. Yeah, the 2 terabyte storage is weird to me. Like, I don't know that that was truly necessary. I feel like that was kind of added to help justify the price, maybe. Ray says, damn, happy birthday to me. PS5 Pro drops on November 5th. November 18th is my B-day. I already ordered the drive from Best Buy and wait to get the system when it comes out. Well, there you go. Ray's on board. Ray's hyped. Alex Mercer says, do have 300 plus store credit at GameStop I haven't used. Well, there you go. See, that could work, Alex Mercer. It's like, if you're saying you got 300 plus in store credit at GameStop. I mean, dude, you're looking at getting potentially a Pro for $400, you know? Frank says, Sony should release both tiers of consoles simultaneously. It's harder to sell when you know the next-gen version is around the corner. I'm still going to buy it on day one. I feel like the problem with that, though, is that what the PS5 Pro is offering, if it came out at the time the PS5 came out, it probably would be like $1,200 or something, or like $1,000. Racket Raccoon says, just can't afford it. Besides, my PS5 has been doing just fine. I can take the hit on the graphics for the 60 FPS. There isn't that much of a difference. That's what I mean. I think a lot of people have already decided they're perfectly fine with their PS5. Pinthrax says, people need to cut off that broke talk. It's not about the price. It's just absurd and not worth the small upgrade. See, that's what I want to see. I mean, yeah, it's hard not to focus on the price right now because there's just kind of that sticker shock. But I don't know that what I just saw, I'll have to go back and watch this video in 4K. I don't know that what I saw is enough to, because it looked good. Like I could see a difference. I could see a difference. And the difference that I'm seeing is, oh, that's fidelity mode at 60 FPS. I don't know, man. I got to think about it, and I got to see more games. I got to see Sony show me some more games. I got to see some more in-depth comparisons. I'm assuming this is all stuff that Sony's got set up, and I'll tell you what, they won't have to do a whole lot to convince me because I just need to see some new games. If they can do that, I'll probably be on board. CNET has a great article out on it. We see here, we have Leo. He says, that's my only issue with the console is you're at the mercy performance-wise. You're going to spend $700 and have to hope they update your favorite game. Yeah, that's a good point too, Leo. That's a good point too. You are basically buying it in good faith that a lot of different developers are going to really actually try to leverage this thing and take advantage of it and not just kind of do the bare minimum and make you feel like, wow, this doesn't feel worth it. Joshua, you're saying the presentation was horrible. High price only showed old games. Nothing here says buy this, you need it. But that's the whole point, Joshua. Sony, it's exactly what I'm telling you. Like, dude, Sony is not trying to communicate to you or me or anybody that you need this. They're not doing that. That's the whole point, dude. They're saying you might want this. They're not telling you need this. And that's interesting because I really did wonder how Sony was going to position the marketing of this console. And it's very clear the position of this console is you don't need this. You might want it, but you don't need it. And I think that's honestly probably it would look, I think, even worse if Sony, well, I don't know if it would look worse, but I'm not so sure that it would work if you basically came out and really tried to sell people like you need this console and then tell people it's $700. I really don't think that would work as effectively as you don't really need it. But if you're interested in it and you want it, it's there. Let's see. We also have, and Rich Rod, I'll get to your direct donation. I'm trying my best to keep up with the super chats. I appreciate it, guys. We have Sanj Pika saying, yo, what happened to the dual sensibility? I was watching that. You're going to have to come back and listen to the stream when it's done. I did address it earlier. Alpha Spooker says, I agree this won't actually hurt Sony, but objectively speaking, how are they not arrogant Sony again? If this doesn't convince you, I don't know what will. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't show any level of arrogance. It's just, it's a matter of can they be arrogant and have it be fine? And I think it's just the business reality of, again, man, like this isn't a new gen. Like the only time I think Sony would care and think maybe we made a big mistake here is if PS5 Pro sales tanked. I mean, like tanked hard. Like nobody bought this console. If that happened, then I think they would be like, wow, we're fucked. We definitely made a mistake. See, this is I feel like you're not listening to what I'm saying. Brandon, you're saying trying to defend Sony's level. I'm not I just think people have to be adults here. Like, guys, they're a corporation, they're a business. They don't, again, like, if you have a problem with Sony and their pricing, like, let them know. I'm not giving you my money. You're asking for too much. I can't promise you they're going to listen. I don't know if they're going to listen, but that's what you need to do. I'm not defending Sony by telling you that this is being, I'm not defending Sony by telling you that they are presenting this as you can buy it if you want, but you don't need to. That's not me defending Sony. That's me just telling you that's their prerogative from a corporate level. Doesn't mean I agree with it. It just means like, hey, I have to decide for myself, just like you do. Does it show a level of arrogance? Maybe. We're going to find out. Let me see. We also have Sean Mitchell. He says, this is untreaded water for pricing. This will be a test run for both Xbox and Sony for next gen. Xbox have to be watching this also, even if they aren't going into next gen, desperate for console sales. I agree, Sean. I agree. I think that a lot of this is basically like kind of a test run to see how the market's going to respond. And I have only seen what my chat is saying and what super chats are saying. I haven't looked beyond my own stream right now, so I have no idea. I'm just giving my take on the way Sony presented it and what they showed. And the only thing that is like, everything about this went exactly the way I expected, except for one thing. I was not expecting a $700 price point. I thought $700 is how much it would have been with a disc drive. Oh, where the hell did that come from? What? Yo, hold on. Yo, check this out. I don't know how this turned up. I have no idea how this turned up. But Mrs. MBG is kind of cleaning out the closet over here. And Resident Evil Outbreak. PS2, what's going on? Will the PS5 Pro run this?
Shut. Did you troll this?
No. No.
No way.
Resident Evil Outbreak, bro. Great game. All right. Getting really, really distracted here. Capcom. Getting laughed at off stream.
Meanwhile, my professional sketches.
Oh, wow. All right.
Meanwhile, wait, last one.
I'm pretty sure I was drawing that for, never mind. Full Sweat Tryhard says, the irony of X-Twats talking shit when they were capping for a discless $600 Xbox Series X is comical. This is an L, but let's be serious. It isn't even close to the ripoff that the new Series X is. See, this is what I mean, where people are being like, I mean, it's obvious people are going to play games, the online games, where it's like, this isn't a matter of, is it a W or an L? Like, what are you talking about? I mean, I'm not saying this to you, Full Sweat Tryhard. I'm just saying, like, do you want it or not? Are you buying it or not? Are you giving Sony your money or not? It's not a matter of wins or losses here. It's just decide if it's for you, and if not, like, it's, I mean, dude, are there people buying a $600 Series X? I don't know. We have Bosme saying, MBG, do you think the failure of Concord affected the price of the PS5 Pro? No, that would be nuts. Sony would be so stupid to do that. It just doesn't make any sense. The idea that Concord failed, so now PS5 Pro players have to pay for it, it just, like, that risks sabotaging their entire plan for the Pro. And that's why I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think the Pro was expected to be this, or internally at Sony, like, they were targeting $700 this whole time. CNET hands-on with the PS5 Pro. All right, I'll check that out. If I could get the chance. Keep sending the super chats. I appreciate it, guys. It helps the channel a lot, and I am definitely interested in seeing what you guys have to say here. Domingo813 says CNET has a video up for the Pro. All right, maybe we could watch that. Super Trendy Moneymaker says, I would just trade in my PS5 to get the Pro, then trade in the Pro for the PS6. It's always an option. I think a lot of people who are interested in the Pro are going to be waiting to see right now if there's going to be some kind of trade-in program. Dex says, wasn't the PS3 sold at a loss for a while at launch? This Pro isn't worth it without a disk drive. Just saying, especially for that price. Yeah, well, the PS3, the PS3 is a whole different beast where Sony almost went under because of the PS3. So, you know, it's not realistic to expect Sony to do something like that again. They basically had no choice but to do it out of desperation, and it was because the PS3 was kind of a failure at its launch and really expensive to produce. But you're not going to see a similar situation here. DJ Bruntmeyer says, don't forget, if you want the disc version, you pay for the drive and the faceplate cover as well. Oh, I did forget that. Good call out there. Holy shit. Hold on now. Hang tight, Rich Rod. You're right. So how much... So you're talking... Dude, that's... No, surely they're going to have to... saying you don't... Oh, wait, yeah, no. You're right. I forgot. That's true, actually. I almost freaked out for a second there because I'm like, wait, that's insane. You don't have to change the plates. When you buy the disc drive, let me double check. PS5 disc drive. Doesn't it come? Okay, yeah. It comes with the plate. You're good. I was going to say for $80, it better come with the plate. All right. You almost had me there for a moment, DJ Bruntmeyer. We're good. Kind of. The stand is definitely not included, though. Disco Cobra 2013 says, so people calling people brokies because they don't think it's worth it. I would have been okay with disc included, not an extra 100. Yeah, again, man, I think people need to, like... The reality is...
That's my cat sale.
It's very cute. The reality is a lot of people will not be able to afford the PS5 Pro because it is an expensive console and an expensive machine. And I don't think people should necessarily be arguing whether or not people are broke or not. It's just, again, it's not about that, man. It's about just determining for yourself, is this something that's feasible and affordable for you? And if it is, will it be worth it? If it's not affordable, then it's not affordable. If it's affordable but not worth it, then, you know what I mean? So yeah, I do think it's just people. Would I prefer Sony to sell this at $600 and eat the loss? Yeah, I would, but that's not going. You know, that right now that's not going to happen. So it's just a matter of evaluating what's being offered. Again, it's not necessarily my place to tell Sony how they should run their business, but I will say that I think going for $700 for a Pro it's a choice, you know, and it communicates to me that they definitely are like, yeah, we really don't mind if this thing doesn't sell a lot of units. We just want to sell it to a low volume, you know, a niche. Relevus Seth, I don't know how to say your name, but your super chat says, if you have a PS5, are getting the Pro and the PS6, that is already at least $1,700. The PC you can build with that kind of money would blow any PlayStation out of the water, but somehow PC is too much money. Crazy. Well, I mean, yeah, there's an argument to be made there, man, where it's like, if you're... Yeah, that's true too. We are looking at the difference between like paying $1,700 up front at once versus you buy a PS5 for $500 4 years ago. Now you pay $700, and then the PS6 comes out 4 or 5 years from now, and then you pay another $500 or $600. Yeah, if you add that total, it definitely, you know, adds up, and you can say, oh, if you look at that total, how much? But you get what I'm saying? Like, I think people's financial situations and positions usually change over time. So, I don't know. If you want to go to PC gaming, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But the only thing you do have to keep in mind, if you're leaving PlayStation to go to PC, you do just have to keep in mind that Sony, at least for now, is telling you, like, you're not going to get games like Ghost of Tsushima or Wolverine or whatever day one. So if you're willing to wait, maybe even a couple years, then you should be fine if you're interested in going to PC. We also have Kane Z70 says, already got a Slim. Going to use my disk drive on the Pro and give the diskless Slim to my kid. He plays all digital games. Well, there you go. That sounds like a pretty good plan, Kane. Broccoli Rob says, can I borrow $1? I'll grab a Pro just because. Well, if you're grabbing a Pro, Broccoli Rob, I don't think you need $1 from me. So I did get a $20 donation from Frank, but he retracted the message. So I guess in this case, I appreciate the donation, Frank. Thank you. We have Alan L. Gould saying, MBG, don't forget millions of people buying the base PS5 from scalpers for $800 and higher. If they think it's too high, you can wait for the price drop. I mean, the only thing I'll say here, Alan, is that there doesn't seem to be any price drop on the horizon for any PlayStation console or hardware anytime soon. Daily Likes Dude says, everyone's phone cost over $1,000 day one for me. Jonathan Kane says, Hogwarts Legacy wasn't even running at 60 FPS in the trailer today. If every major game going forward doesn't run at 60, looks at GTA on this thing, then it's a super hard sell. And then Shattered Glass 23 says, arrogant, you guys are whining about this way too much. Hidden Mission 83 says, ask people for those who are saying no on PS5 Pro when they went and they bought a PS4 Pro. Also, it's called inflation, everyone. Kane G7 says, Square confirmed Final Fantasy VII Remake will be enhanced. Or Rebirth, I guess. Rebirth. The dude says, y'all are scuffed to think $700 for a console that can do 1800p at 60 FPS with high settings and ray tracing is too expensive. It's such a mega deal. Wild. Well, see, that's the thing, right? That's what I've been trying to tell people is like, does it seem worth it to you? Like in your case, you're saying 1800p, 60 FPS with ray tracing, high settings. I think for a certain amount of people, it's like, hell yeah, that's worth it for 700. But for a lot of other people, again, like they're booting up games on their PS5 right now. And this is where you see the difference, right? Between people who pick up consoles to play versus people who are gaming on PC and really paying attention to all the different, nuances and really getting down to the technicality of it. A lot of people are booting up their PS5s daily, playing games, thinking my games look just fine, running at 60 FPS. There are people playing Black Myth Wukong. They're like, yeah, this is fine. There are people playing all these different games, like all the games that they showed, Ratchet and Clank, Hogwarts Legacy. People play these games, they're like, yeah, it's perfectly fine on the PS5. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's really just targeting a specific group of console gamer, where it's like, it's the console gamer that wants to get the most out of their hardware in the console space, but they don't want to go to PC. That's who Sony's targeting right now. That's why I'm saying, like, if you're saying no to this and you're not interested in it, or you're just outraged by it, then you are either somebody who plays on the base PS5 and is like pretty fine with what you have, or you're somebody who's maybe interested, who is either on PC or thinking about going to PC. And that's where the PS5 Pro, it's right in between there. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is I feel like arguing about the PS5, because I know a lot of people are probably arguing right now about it. I think arguing about it is completely pointless, because it's like, it is what it is. Like, it's a product, and it exists, and it's going to fill in a small gap, I guess you could say. All right, we're almost finished with the super chats here. I only have a couple more, and then we'll go to the blog post. Kyle Say Stuff says, no hard drive is so stupid. Although, I think you meant to say a disk drive, although 2 terabytes is a plus. Dragon Blood Eye says PS6 will sell for $800 with disk drive sold separately. Mad Sea God says, so I have an Xbox and don't want it no more. I want to trade it to get a PS5 now. Should I just wait or to get the PS5 Pro? Well, I mean, I would say for right now, in this exact moment, wait to see what else Sony's going to show. there's no doubt Sony's going to be making a big deal about the Pro throughout the rest of this month. They're going to have more to show. So I would say wait and see what else they have up their sleeve and then make your decision. If they don't impress you enough, then I would say go with the base PS5. If they do impress you, then yeah, maybe consider the Pro. The Genius 200 says, told you I should get the disk drive in advance. Yeah, you did. It is what it is. I spent $700 for my Legion Go, and I'm struggling to run most things on low settings. You did say that, Genius, yeah. We have Dominic213 saying, my issue is I already have a PS5 with the PS5 Pro, including all the accessories, probably close to $1,000. Then building a PC is better, in my opinion. Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. If that's how you feel at this point, you got to start putting your money aside to save up for that PC build then, you know? Because like you're saying, you're like buying the accessories and stuff. If you're planning on going up to PC, you probably want to cut that off and just start funneling it towards that. Actually says people have no idea the cost of technology. If you add up all the parts in the Pro, I guarantee Sony's making no more than $75 to $100. And Kirby Shaw says, curious to see what the guys at Digital Foundry will say about the Pro. Going to wait to make my decision based on their thoughts. Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see what they have to say. And Ninja Raiden N comes back to Greatness Awaits and re-ups their membership. Ninja Raiden, thank you so much, man. That actually brings us up to 27 members on the day. And thank you guys for all the super chats. By all means, keep it flowing if you have more you want to say. I'm going to head over to the direct donation, and then we'll head over to the PlayStation blog. Rich Rod says, Dolt, you butterscotch sucka. Enjoy your whack, ugly, outdated Xbox. You ugly, so is your console. I'm trying to just get through it. Day one, MB Gangsta, PS5 Pro buy, ugly Xbox wanksters. Ugly. Rich Rod, you just have such a beautiful way with words, man. I don't even know what to say at this point, bro. Oh, there's a new tagline, by the way, for the Pro. Witness Play Unleashed. There's a whole new tagline.
I don't know about that.
Witness, yeah, Witness Play Unleashed. That something about that sounds like it's like aggressive. Like bitch, you witness this. You witness us unleashing our play. All right. So over on the blog post, written up by PlayStation Platform Business Group CEO Hideaki Nishino, says here, over the last 4 years since the launch of the PS5, we worked hard to continuously evolve the console experience and deliver the great games our players expect from us. Today, I'm incredibly proud to announce the next step in that evolution and welcome the PlayStation 5 Pro to the PlayStation family, our most advanced and innovative console hardware to date. We developed the PS5 Pro with deeply engaged players and game creators in mind, as many asked for a console that runs even higher fidelity graphics with smoother frame rates at 60 FPS. We achieved this on PS5 Pro with several key performance features: the upgraded GPU, advanced ray tracing, AI-driven upscaling. PS5 Pro provides gamers with amazing graphics at high frame rates, and they reference the video. Other enhancements include PS5 Pro Game Boost, which can apply to more than 8,500 backward-compatible PS4 games playable on the Pro. This feature may stabilize or improve the performance of supported PS4 and PS5 games. Enhanced image quality for PS4 games is also available to improve the resolution on select PS4 games. PS5 Pro will also launch with the latest wireless technology, Wi-Fi 7, in territories supporting the standard. VRR and 8K gaming are also supported. So we're getting confirmation of a boost mode. So that's pretty cool. Wi-Fi 7. It's humbling to see how game creators have embraced the latest technology from PS5 Pro, and several games will be patched with free software updates for gamers to take advantage of the PS5 Pro's features. These games can be identified with a PS5 Pro Enhanced label within their title. Some games you can look forward to include blockbuster hits from PlayStation Studios and our third-party partners: Alan Wake 2, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Demon's Souls, Dragon's Dogma 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Gran Turismo 7, Hogwarts Legacy, Horizon Forbidden West, Spider-Man 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, The Crew Motorfest, The First Descendant, and The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. We kept the look of the PS5 Pro consistent with the overall PS5 family of products. You'll notice the height is the same size as the original PS5, and the width is the same as the current PS5 model to accommodate higher performance specs. Interesting. Players can add a 4K or an Ultra HD Blu-ray disc drive or swap out console covers when they become available. The PS5 Pro fits perfectly with the PlayStation 5 family of products and is compatible with the PS5 accessories currently available, including PSVR 2. They didn't mention anything about enhancements for VR 2, by the way. The PlayStation Portal, DualSense Edge, so on and so forth. The Pro console will be available this holiday at manufacturer suggested retail price $700 US. It will include a 2 terabyte SSD, a DualSense wireless controller, and a copy of Astro's Playroom. Says the PS5 Pro is available as a discless console with the option to purchase the currently available disc drive of the PS5 separately. It'll launch on November 7th and will be available at participating retailers and directly from PlayStation Direct. Pre-orders will begin September 26th. So there you go. That's the blog post. You guys are saying they went, there's like some hands-on reports. We have Marius saying it feels like Sony is dividing us, making us turn on each other. Now I won't just be called a peasant by the PCMR, but my own PlayStation community. F that. Damn you, Sony. No, it's not that serious, man. I don't think it is anyway. I would hope it's not that serious. Ragu Bagu says, I know it's still early. The PS5 Pro seems like an extremely impressive machine. What's the PS6 going to be like? Yeah, well, I guess we'll worry about that when we cross that bridge, right? Let Sony worry about that. Let me go see what's happening on Twitter. Probably some kind of nightmare bloodbath. All right, I'm going in, guys. Let's see. I think I did use that one time. All right, hold on. I do got to post, though. I got to... Hold on one sec, guys. Who has the CNET? Is that what you guys said? CNET is the one that has the video of it? So the PS5 Pro is basically just taller. Looking at it now. Shamel 2014 says, let's be honest, you can bring the PS5 in for $350 to $250, making the Pro $450 to $350. People are blowing this out of proportion. All right, let me go check the CNET video. I still have my stuff plugged in here, so just give me a second.
I'm here at PlayStation headquarters with an exclusive hands-on of Sony's brand new PlayStation 5 Pro console that's coming out in November. Yes, I got to play a bunch of games on it. Here's what's going on. It's been 4 years since Sony released the PlayStation 5, which went by pretty fast in the middle of a pandemic. But the idea of next generation kind of lingers in my head and probably for a lot of people. When do you buy a console? Well, Sony has had mid-range console upgrades in the past. The PlayStation 4 Pro came out 3 years after the PlayStation 4. And lo and behold, the PlayStation 5 Pro is coming out 4 years after the PlayStation 5. For $699, you're paying more, but not too much tremendously more compared to the PlayStation 5 that is already on the market and has an upgraded, slimmer version. Compared side by side, it's also not that much larger. In fact, it's a little bit smaller than the PlayStation 5 original, which is a nice surprise because the PlayStation 4 Pro was definitely bigger and thicker. What do you get? Well, there's no optical drive. You have to buy that separately. You can use the same optical drive that's available on the slim model and pop it in. And also, it may be that a lot of people choose to prefer the digital version now, considering that there's also Wi-Fi 7, and the size of the drive is now bumped up to 2 terabytes, which is the same speed as the SSD in the previous models. Same CPU too, but the GPU is a lot beefier. It's supposed to be 67% more powerful and 38% faster, and it's going to provide better performance for all the games and a lot more things like ray tracing. There's also a big focus on upgrading the resolution of existing games. PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution is the technology that uses an AI neural upscaling using a convolutional neural network to basically just make sure the games play really nicely in 4K. And speaking of 4K, existing PlayStation 5 games, they always had 2 modes, which was either 1080p, 60 frames per second, or 4K at 30 frames per second. Sony's now offering a Pro mode that glues both of those together, and so you're getting both 60 frames per second and 4K. Now, that's exactly what I would have wanted to play in the first place. If you're interested in doing things like 8K gaming, or you want to do things like 120 frames
gaming,
per second,
baby.
There are capabilities for games to do that, but those are going to be on a game-by-game basis. The real push here is for really nice 4K 60 frame per second.
If anybody's dropping any super chats, I'll read them in just a moment.
What does this mean for the future of PlayStation? I got to talk to Mark Cerny, lead systems architect for PlayStation, and Hideaki Nishina-san, CEO of Platform for Sony Interactive Entertainment. They talked about how, in a lot of ways, PC gaming right now is providing a kind of an on-ramp for some of these technologies, but also allowing Sony to lead a bit with some things like ray tracing, where they're using an AMD-developed ray tracing technology that isn't even in existing GPUs. Some of that will kind of ride ahead, and other things, like maybe more advanced graphics that you might be used to on PCs,
so they did confirm
will finally have a chance to come over to PlayStation 5 Pro.
So really quick, they did confirm that the Pro is utilizing, for ray tracing, AMD technology that's not currently available in their GPU set.
And as a lot of games now are increasingly cross-platform, and Sony's games live on PCs, you'll probably see much more of that cross-pollination. Clearly a fidelity push for people who may have really big TVs or really big AV lovers and want something that either looks the best it can be or runs really smoothly. On the big screens that I played on, you could definitely see the difference, but if you're a PlayStation 5 owner, I think you could also be fine continuing to play the PlayStation 5. There are going to be about 50 games that come out at launch with upgrades specifically for the PS5 Pro. Now, while a lot of them will involve the introduction of this new Pro mode that will be able to run at a smooth 60 frames per second and 4K performance, there are going to be others that do other things. It could be graphic upgrades to the environment, more people in the environment. So that's the console. Let's go play the games. This is Sony's PlayStation demo room where I got to try out the PlayStation 5 Pro on a bunch of games in 2 different setups. The first one got to play on 2 different monitors, checking out a whole bunch of games on the PlayStation 5 and then the PlayStation 5 Pro, looking at the 2 different play modes, fidelity and performance on the 5, and then the Pro mode on the PlayStation 5 Pro. That's Horizon Forbidden West. And then I got to play a few games on a big 80-inch screen, including Gran Turismo 7, which has an 8K mode, or alternately, one with ray tracing turned on, which is what I've got right here. I mean, this is obviously the version I would want to play. The reflections and ray tracing are beautiful. I got really into playing Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and I love games like this. What's really fun is that it's just such a fast game, and I feel like the Pro makes it feel faster. So I'm grabbing one controller that's connected to a PS5, playing on a PS5 for a bit, and then I would jump back and forth between that and a PS5 Pro to see what it's like. This is the 4K 30 frames per second version of Horizon Forbidden West, which I'm used to and looks really good. But what looks even better is playing it 4K 60 frames per second on PS5 Pro, which looks buttery smooth
Bro,
and
cameraman, show the screens.
really crisp. So, you know, it is like
Come
going
on.
back and playing it on the 30 frames. It's kind of hard to do because this looks really nice. Unfortunately, Sony didn't let us do any direct capture of the PlayStation 5 Pro during our demos at Sony's headquarters. And they didn't let us do any close-up, real extended looks at the gameplay on screen either. But hopefully you can get an understanding of what I'm talking about for when the system debuts on November 7th. What does this mean for the future of next-gen gaming? Well, that's hard to tell because we're not maybe fully in next-gen gaming yet, but we're getting there by increments. PlayStation 5 Pro is the hottest of the new gaming technology tech that we've seen, and it's adopting some ideas that PC gaming still doesn't have yet. It'll be really interesting to see where games start to evolve and get better along with PS5 Pro graphics, but also where the PS5 Pro ray tracing and all of that tech begins to hint at where technology is going to be headed for PC gaming to come. Not everyone's going to want to upgrade to this, but I'm really curious about what games are going to...
All right, well, that was a pretty good video from CNET. I do find it interesting that Sony wouldn't let them capture anything. Like, that was kind of weird to me. They're like, nah, bro, you can't be doing comparisons. I wonder why. We got a couple more super chats here. We have Omen86. He says, is it too much money? Yes, screw it. I'll buy it, including all the bells and whistles, and I'll upgrade to a brand new high-end Sony TV as well. Omen's going all in, bro. Going all in. And we also have KaneZ7 saying, will the Pro run Hellblade 2 at 4K 60 FPS? I don't know. I don't know yet. Let me go. You're saying check Tom Henderson. What did Tom Henderson say? Anything important? Let me see. Jeff Keeley asked, how would you grade today's PlayStation technical presentation? I feel like I'm leaning towards like a B. Because it was pretty short. Like, I would have liked to, knowing it's a technical presentation, I'll be honest, I would have liked to have heard more from Mark Cerny himself. I think I'll give it a solid B. I think it was fine. I don't know if I would, maybe I would have given it an A if he, I don't know though. Maybe that's just me. And Omen86 drops another membership gift. Omen wants to keep the member train going. He drops a single. Omen drops 2 single gifts. He brings us up to 29 members. 29. Omen, thank you so much, man. And the Genius 200 says the definitive way to play Indiana Jones. Is Indiana Jones going to be PS5 Pro enhanced? Uh-oh. That's going to be awkward. And Omen drops another single to bring us up to 30 members. So guys, Omen sets you up for a potential 20 bomb here. 20 bomb gets us to 50. Thank you for that, Omen. Let me update the member goal. What did Tom Henderson say? What? Anything important? And Grady says, define pre-order, or definite pre-order for me now. Learning that it's going to maintain 60 FPS without sacrificing fidelity is the top selling point for me. Yeah, they did mention in that CNET video there's going to be like 50 games. That's quite a bit. And I don't know, it is one of these things where like I have to see some more detailed breakdowns of like I want to, you know what I want to see? We talk about Digital Foundry. I want to see like Demon's Souls, right? Demon's Souls is one of the best looking games on the PS5 right now. I want to see a direct comparison between like Demon's Souls running on a PS5 Pro versus Demon's Souls like running in fidelity mode. You know? That's what I want to see. And I feel like that'll make it easier for me to decide because I mean, if you switch between the fidelity mode and the performance mode in Demon's Souls on PS5, you can see a difference. The resolution is much crisper on the fidelity mode. And I don't know, there is something to be said. If they can offer that at 60 FPS and maybe even a tad bit of ray tracing, although I don't know that they're probably going to go back and add ray tracing in Demon's Souls, that'd be pretty cool. You think they're going to add ray tracing to Demon's Souls? That'd be sick. All right, let me go see. Sorry if I'm a little bit quiet here for a moment. Tom Henderson says play has no limits. It fucking does, and it's $700. Ah, see, that's where they got you, Tom. They changed the tagline. Witness Play Unleashed. Not for $700. Well, yeah, I'm not trying to make it sound like a single game. It's got to be more than a single game. Obviously. I'm curious to know what these other games are. They said 50 games. That's a lot. We only saw like probably about 8 to 10 so far. Yeah, either that or there are going to be a lot of announcements coming. My analyzer says Bloodborne at 60 FPS alone would make it worth €800. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If the PlayStation 6 really is going to be priced that high, like a lot of people are thinking the PlayStation 6 is going to be really expensive. I mean, yeah, that's when you break the Bloodborne glass, you know, in case of emergency. VGC reports a research firm Ampere Analysis expects PS5 Pro sales to reach a similar level to those of the PS4 Pro, despite the newly announced console's relatively high price point. We have Ninja Raiden. I called you Ninja Raiden N earlier. My bad, dude. Ninja Raiden comes in and drops another 5-bomb on you guys. 5 more memberships gifted, bringing us up to 35 members on the day. Ninja Raiden, thank you so much for the membership gifts, man. I see our poll here is getting a lot of votes. Over 30, almost 3,400 votes. So, Ninja Raiden, let me add your member gifts here. We also have Omen86 saying the PlayStation 6 is years away. I'm not going to wait. Xbox graphically has become irrelevant. No sales doesn't push them to optimize, so it's out of the game. Yeah. No, I hear you, Omen. I mean, you do have to wonder, like in all seriousness, you do have to wonder if Microsoft was going to do a mid-gen refresh console right now, how would that impact what we're seeing with the Pro? I think it's worth asking that question, but that's another thing too, is the PlayStation 6 is years away and we don't really know what exactly to expect for the second half of this gen. I mean, I would like to get a PS5 Pro. I would like to get one. It's just, I do really need to see what Sony's planning games-wise. The disk drives are selling out online. Oh, shit. I didn't even think of that. That's going to be a problem. Damn. If they sell out, I hope Sony can restock them relatively quickly, because that's going to be that's going to be an issue for some people. By the way, guys, we still have over 1,000 people here watching, which is awesome to see. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, do me a favor and hit that like button. We're almost at 800 likes, which would be about the price of a PS5 Pro with a disk drive. So if you're enjoying the stream, or if you want to help the stream out, hit that like button. Let's see if we can, I don't know, let's see if by the time we finish this, we can get like, let's see how close we can get to 1,000. So the scalpers are now going to target the disk drives and hold them hostage. Oh my God. I would hope not, dude. That would be so stupid. Let me see if there's any more rumors about the state of play now, though. I'm not seeing anything. So I guess the rumors are basically still the same. A state of play scheduled for September 19th. To me, that's going to be the big moment for how excited I am or am not for the Pro. And then we're all just sitting in there. Wait. What?
Yep.
Put that towards my PS5 Pro.
I'm still going.
What? Where? Okay. Well, I mean, hey, this was great. This was great. Betting we won't see anything first or second party for a while. Just Death Stranding 2 at TGS. Yeah, I mean, as much as I hate to say it, I do think that might be what we end up seeing. We're going to see a push for Death Stranding 2 and a lot of upgraded first party games. Actually, it's like, MBG, you're getting a Pro. Stop playing like you're still deciding, just like I am. Damn it, actually, can't you let me come off as like, you just sell me on it, Sony. No, it is expensive though, man. I'm not gonna lie. I won't lie. Like if I'm gonna get a Pro, I gotta create a PS5 Pro fund, bro. This is getting crazy. Sony's bleeding me dry. Yo, I really do want to know if Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater is going to be a PS5 Pro enhanced game. I'll tell you right now, like, maybe some people would find this weird, but if MGS Delta, like if Metal Gear Delta, if that's a game that's shown off at like the state of play and it's like PS5 Pro enhanced, all right, yeah, you got me. I feel like for a lot of people, there's just like a couple of select games that if they show it, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm on board. That'd be great. The Silent Hill 2 remake as well, actually. That's coming out next month. That looks like a game that could really benefit because it already looks great. MBG just turned himself into a meme dog in the burning home. It's fine. $50 games out of the gate is already a good sign. We have my analyzer saying, is there any point to the stand? Can it just stand without the stand? I think it could. Yeah, I think the point of the stand is twofold. I think it's like in terms of what it does, it stabilizes it so it doesn't fall over easily. And I think it's also maybe for aesthetics. But I don't think you need it. Like I think if you buy a Pro without the stand, it could probably just stand on its own. I don't know if it could cause like damage or anything. I doubt it. The PS5 Pro is going to sell out instantly. Oh, it will. Yeah. And that's the irony, right? That's the irony of the whole conversation about like, is it worth it? Is it not? It's like, dude, it's going to sell out day one either way. And it's not just going to be because of like scalpers either. Yeah, if you have cats like me, you probably, if you're going to, saying read the CNET article with Cerny has more info. Let me see what the article has to say. I was shocked that the PS5 Pro wasn't a hulking beast. The console's contours are nearly the same as the original PS5, and it's actually smaller. That is pretty impressive. It's actually smaller than the original PS5. The biggest external difference teased in Sony's 30th anniversary logo, the diagonal black ribbed vents across the center. This means that the Pro is incompatible with existing PS5 console covers. The back also has an extra USB-C port instead of a USB-A. And I think they are going to have, I think they did say there are going to be covers coming for the Pro. Trying to read through this, see if there's any. It'll also work for PSVR 2 games. So he says, I didn't see this demonstrated, but the feature talking about PlayStation Super Spectral Resolution, it will work for PSVR 2 games. So for anybody who uses PSVR 2, this tech will work on it. Jerry Gamer says, what if MGS3 Delta runs way better on a Pro? Is it worth it for you, MBG? I mean, yeah, it's like, I don't know that I would. Yeah, I mean, I'll be real with you, probably. Like, Delta is my most anticipated game, like, above all else. So, like, yeah, that would probably sell me on it. Because if I'm already interested in the sense that, like, I want to see what upcoming games are going to do on the Pro, but that's a game I'm curious to see, because it is an Unreal Engine 5 game. Kazuya88 says, just purchased the external PS5 disc drive, PS5 Pro day one. I understand people who think that Sony's lost their effing mind. I'm hyped and buying it. Maybe I've lost my mind too. LOL. To you and boss. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I do appreciate the enthusiasm. You know, I tend to be a little bit more critical or skeptical, although it's weird. Like, what's annoying about it is, like, I see people kind of come in and they're like, why are you defending Sony? It's like I'm literally sitting here saying, like, I'm not so sure. I got to see more. And you know what I mean? It's like, that's kind of weird. But I do appreciate the enthusiasm, though, because that's the thing, man. The people who are freaking out about this, you know what? It reminds me of that meme of, like, the group of people sitting on a sofa, like the stick figure drawings, or like sitting on a sofa enjoying something. And there's like that one person like standing outside being like, hey, stop it over there. And then they like yell louder, like, stop having fun. And then they basically like, you know, extend their stick neck, I guess, and start screeching like, stop it, like, stop having fun. And I feel like that's what I'm seeing a lot of, where I'm seeing a lot of people who are excited for the Pro and they're looking forward to it and they've already decided they're buying it and they're hyped about this. And I think that the people who are like being really not, so I'm not talking about people who are being skeptical or being a little bit negative, but people who are just really, you know, like, wow, this sucks. Like, all of this just sucks. I feel like those people don't realize, like, you're kind of the person standing outside the circle here, where like people who are interested in this are going to buy it and they're going to enjoy it. And that's just the way it's going to be. And regardless of what you think about the pricing or Sony or the lack or how much of a difference the upgrade really makes, like, it doesn't matter, you know? That's why I just try to tell people, like, if you really, if sending a message to Sony is what's important to you, then save your money. That's the way you send the message. But if you're excited for it, be excited for it. Who cares what other people think? Who gives a fuck? We have Shamel 2014 saying, watch Starfield get announced coming to PS5 Pro Enhanced, LOL. Also, MGS3 Pro Enhanced, just take my money. Maybe we'll see Wolverine 2. Oh yeah, Wolverine will definitely be a Pro Enhanced game. That would be really crazy if Starfield does end up coming to PlayStation and it gets PS5 Pro Enhanced. That would be quite wild. Dan says low sales, send a message, not complaining. Well, yeah, I mean, if the console doesn't sell well, Sony will know, like, they'll at least take a step back and think maybe we did overprice it. Or at the very least, the data will tell them that $700 is maybe too much for the market. Actually says, you guys know I haven't been the biggest fan of Sony lately, but the Pro is a fair deal in my opinion for what you're getting. They can always reduce the price. That's true. That's true. Omen86 says, I stopped/skipped supporting this channel for several months and came back recently. All that money I saved will buy the Pro. There, justified. Boom. I appreciate your I appreciate you coming back, Omen. Omen, you gotta buy me a PS5 Pro, bro. You gotta hook me up with that PS5 Pro. They'll raise the price. Yeah, they'll raise the price of the Pro. Hicksock says, order the stand and disk drive to be safe. Pro for the win. It's interesting. The first analyst that we're hearing from came out. They said that they expect. They said that they expect the PS5 Pro to sell about as much as the PS4 Pro did, and I don't know. It is interesting to think, like, yeah, you're right. The cost of the PS5 Pro is almost 2 PS4 Pros. Almost, not quite. But times have changed. Just scrolling through here to see if there's anything else. See, even on Twitter, I'm seeing more divide than I expected in terms of, I posted, are you buying a PS5 Pro? And I'm kind of looking at the comments with upvotes. This one comment says, not a chance, that's a crazy price, 12 upvotes. But just below that is another saying day one, and they have about 8 upvotes. So it's like, I don't know, man. Somebody else is saying, yeah, easily later games in this generation are going to need all the power they can get. Man, it really does seem like I'm going to have, if I am planning on buying a Pro, it seems like I'm going to have to buy a disk drive because it does seem like they're selling out. This person says, I'm good with my PS5. Let me look at my current poll. Current poll, almost 3,600 votes. 55% say no, 28% say yes, 17% say maybe. That's interesting. Almost 50% either yes or maybe. Captain Hook says, can we get a survey on who will trade in versus who will keep their PS5s in addition to buying a Pro? Maybe we could do that for the next poll. I'll try to remember to post that. Is it coming along?
Yeah, it's just quite the project.
Well, I'm glad I could help.
Boss looks cuddly.
Yeah, he's just chilling on my lap. Dude, yeah, it's gonna be a real problem if I do end up pre-ordering a PS5 Pro, but then it's like I can't play my games because I need a disc drive. That's gonna be ridiculous. The Ghost Runner says, it's an era where a company can put any price and people will buy it because they have their logo on it. Sony could put it at $1,000 and get away. I mean, I guess there's some truth to that. Again, you know what it makes me wonder, Ghost Runner, is it makes me really wonder if right now, if there was a mid-gen Xbox that was offering a similar amount of power, you know, would Microsoft be like, actually, we're going to charge $600 for it? Would that make Sony say, okay, we got to lower the price to compete? Or would it not matter? You know, would they both charge $700? It just makes you wonder. Omen86 says Sega could sell me a Dreamcast 2 for $1,500. Omen86 back again with his Dreamcast hopes and dreams for the Dreamcast. Yeah, Sega's gonna come in and be like, you know what? Somebody's got to challenge Sony and put them in their place. I didn't know you played the Dreamcast. Mrs. MBG confirms she loved the Dreamcast. I played the Dreamcast a little bit way back. I don't remember much of it. All right, I got to ask this question, guys. So let's say Sony does a state of play next week. We now know the price of the PS5 Pro. The price is going to be $700, $700 US. If next week, next Thursday, Sony does a third-party state of play and they show GTA 6 trailer number 2 running on a PS5 Pro, does that change how people view it? Some interesting replies here. No Bloodborne, no buy. Okay, says get 1,000 likes, MBG. Guys, we still have over 900 people here. Let's get a big push. We're at almost 850 likes. So we're about 150 likes away from hitting 1,000. Can we do it? Can we hit 1,000 likes? That'd be crazy. And Fishy Q with a super chat says, just ordered the disc drive and vertical stand from Best Buy. Don't wait too long, guys. Well, Fishy Q is prepared. He's ready. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous about the disc drive. Because, like, that's... If I do get a Pro, like, I absolutely need the disc drive. How much is the dick drive, you ask, Mrs. MBG? Now, that's inappropriate for the stream. But if you're talking about the the official PlayStation disc drive accessory,
Yes, that.
It's $80, I believe.
Shut up.
Dex in the chat being like, hey, yo, what? Irate Volcano says one of the first things Trump will do as president, an executive order for Sony to lower the price of the Pro, lol.
Oh my God. I don't think he's that invested.
If I could do a Trump impression, I would definitely try to do something with that, but
Please, God, don't.
I know, I don't know how to. I'm not even going to try. You know, I'm thinking about it. Trump's executive order. Lower the price of the PS5.
Oh, God.
Sony's out of their mind. I'm not going to take it any further. What happened to my regular mic? I still have, it's still my regular microphone. I just have it in a different configuration right now because Mrs. MBG's in here with me. Slim with like 6 M's says, if the Switch 2 comes out this year, then no PS5 Pro for me. And 12 months to me, I remember the good old member scroll days. Ah, yeah. Yeah, taking us back. Well, congrats on your 12 months, man. I appreciate you being a member for that long. It means a lot. Appreciate all the support, guys. We have Kane Z7 saying, grab the Pro, buy the disk drive.
What have I done?
Jerry A says, what drive?
Stop!
Truly my most chaotic stream. Soiled it. Dex again saying, hold up, what's going on? The Genius 200 says, will pre-order, though pricey for the power is justifiable and will be the go-to for GTA 6. I'd rather most games shown for this point on will run on Pro. Yeah, I'm assuming pretty much every game Sony shows now going forward is going to be running on the Pro. And, you know, I didn't really think about that too much, but yeah, I think what Exley said is true. Like, I'm going to end up getting a Pro because I'm going to want to play GTA 6 on the Pro. Like, there's just no way around that. And I know I'm not the only one who feels that way. I mean, sure, you could wait, I guess, for PC, which is fine, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm going to be there day one on PlayStation 5 either way when GTA 6 launches, and there's just no way I'm not going to want to play that on the Pro. I do kind of like the design, though, you know? I saw a lot of people were, like, underwhelmed when it leaked out, but now that we're seeing it officially, it looks pretty good. I really like the fact that it's pretty much smaller. Like, it's actually smaller than the original base PS5. Fishy Queefs. I can say it. See? I just said it. I'm not saying it again, but if you must ask, I can say it. I can read your name properly. I just choose not to. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Now, because you made me read that, I'm going to have to ask you to drop a 50 bomb. If you don't mind. You should probably take that off. I can only imagine what people are thinking I'm referring to.
Well, if they heard me, did they hear me?
We have Omen86 with another super chat. He says, the PS5 Pro is the most powerful console ever built. It's like nobody has ever seen. They said to me, sir, we can do it. We did. Make PlayStation great again.
You are reading that in the
The PS5 Pro is the most powerful console ever built.
Oh, God.
Like nobody's ever seen. I can't do it. I can't do it right. They said to me, sir, we can't do it. We did. Make PlayStation great again. I love how Omen really articulated that, you know? MBG, if you're under duress, blink heavily. I'm not under duress.
I don't know what to do now. I'm very overwhelmed.
Man said duress. The whole slate is coming. Let me see what else is going on here. I'm not seeing as much on my timeline. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. So I see the official PlayStation post. They post some images here. Yeah, it seems like the more I'm... Oh my god, who did this? It seems like the more I'm looking around...
Leia's in here.
Is she? The more I'm looking around, it seems like it really is just... It's created a bit of a divide where people are either on one side, it's just like, yup, sign me up, I'm ready, I want this console. And on the other side, it's... Oh my god, she's such a spaz. On the other side, it's just basically telling Sony they're insane. That seems to be where we're at. See, this person says, this is under the official PlayStation Twitter post. This person has 1,800 likes, and it says $700 without a disc drive is insane. Who is this console for? And that's what's so interesting to me, is like, I see at the same time so many people being like, yeah, I'm buying it. So the PS5 Pro is turning out to be exactly what I thought it would be. And that is a relatively divisive console that is just going to make it very easy for people to determine whether or not it's for them.
Maybe they'll have a sale. Or Christmas. No?
No, I mean, they won't even put the base PS5 on sale. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Well, it is unfortunate if you're a person who wants it and you can't afford it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder how much of it is just straight up like kind of anger over the fact that like there are people who want it but
Probably
they won't be able to
most of
afford
it.
it.
If I had to take a guess. Because if you're excited about something and then you find out it's not in your price range, it's disheartening.
Yeah. We have Kazuya88. He says, sending more love. I'll sell my launch PS5. Just read PS5 Pro, or I just read that PS5 Pro comes with a 2 terabyte SSD. So this is one reason why it's so expensive. Well, people can and will speak with their wallets. I sure as hell did, LOL. But I appreciate it, man. Yeah, the 2 terabyte SSD is still a little bit surprising me. I really didn't think it was going to come with 2 terabytes. I mean, since it is digital only and you do have to buy the disk drive separately, if you're contemplating maybe going digital, I guess that might make it a little bit easier. Definitely sweetens the deal a little bit. And GBRC says, I'm going to want to play GTA 6 on the PS5 Pro. There's no way around that. Enter Mrs. MBG. Are you sure about that? LOL. We also have Omen86 with another chat. He says the PS5 Pro and Mark Cerny even got Mrs. MBG involved in the chat. That's monumental. Let's be honest. It will sell. Low volume unit for the enthusiasts. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like, I do have an answer to this person's question. $700 without a disc drive is an insane ask. Who is this console for? This console is for PlayStation enthusiasts who want the best PlayStation console on the market, or the most powerful home console on the market. That's who it's for. So I guess the question people should really just be asking themselves, are you that person? Are you the PlayStation? Are you the console enthusiast? Do you play on console? Yes or no? You do? What happened? Well, that's not good.
Hey, look at I think I got it before it go everywhere else.
What was it, though?
Picture frame?
Well, you should probably put some shoes on in case we have an emergency. Why did I say it like that? If you're angry about it, boycott them. Nah, I think that's taking it too far. Like, I mean, you can try. What I mean is that I just don't think it's going to work. I'm seeing enough people. Let me get this straight. $700, no disc drive, no new games announced. We're not buying the PS5 Pro. Like, when this person says we're not buying the PS5 Pro, like, who's we? I just think it's weird that people are willing to speak for everybody. Like, bro, I literally am seeing people saying, yeah, I'm buying this day one. I guess he means, like, generally speaking, like the more casual audience. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be too quiet. I'm just reading. PlayStation, we have no games. We raised the controller price. We're getting rid of physical media. We are basically Xbox in every way. Just have more nostalgia. Now past $700. We have no games. False. We raised the controller prices. True. We are getting rid of physical media. False. We are basically Xbox in every way. Just have more nostalgia. False. Literally only one thing this person said is true. But, you know, it's Twitter, so it's like, what do you expect? Logic? Reason? No. Dex says, anyway, this is egregious. How close do I think it'll get to PS4 Pro sales? I don't know, man. If it could, I'll be honest, if it could do half of PS4 Pro sales, that would be a win in my book. If it could do half. I don't know that I agree. I don't agree with the analyst that says it's going to sell as many as the Pro, or PS4 Pro. I think it's going to be less. And Omen86 comes in and drops a 10 bomb on you guys.
Ooh, play the gopher.
Mrs. MBG wants me to play the Screaming Gopher.
Oh, the gopher.
I had to get a second one in there because Hellbound comes in and drops a 5 bomb on top of it, and just like that, Omen drops the 10, Hellbound drops a 5, and just like that, we are at 50 members, guys. We did it. We hit the second goal. You guys are crushing it today. Let me update the member goal for you. W's in the chat for these gifters. Thank you, guys. So I max out the goal, for anybody wondering. I max out the goal at 100. 50's huge. 50's amazing. But just for anybody wondering, like, do you just perpetually increase the goal? No. We stop at 100. We max out at 100. If we go beyond 100, I mean, hell, that's crazy. But we max it out there. So Omen, thank you. Hellbound, thank you. Everybody else showing incredible support today. Thank you so much. And guys, we are at 900 likes. We're at 900 likes. 100 likes. 100 more and we hit 1,000. Can we do it? Can we do it? I think we can. So Kami on Twitter says, I put together a quick mid-range PC build for about $1,300. PS5 Pro plus disc drive is $780. So here's what he says. For about $500 more. So he's saying, if you pay an extra $500 for a $1,300 mid-range PC build, for $500 more, you get free online, free cloud saves, much cheaper games, mods, higher fidelity and frame rates.
How is it free online?
That's the way it is on PC.
No, it's not. Because if they want to play the PlayStation games, well, you have to pay for Steam. You have to pay for a PlayStation.
I mean,
you have to pay for Game Pass.
Well, no. When Sony, like, if you want to play Helldivers on PC, you don't have to pay to play it online.
Isn't that like the only one though?
Ghost of Tsushima Legends.
People freaked out.
It's Ghost of Tsushima Legends. No. Sony does require you to do a to make an account, but you don't need PS Plus. He says much cheaper games, mods, higher fidelity and frame rates, PC Game Pass with day one Xbox games plus hundreds of other titles, PS5 exclusives 1 to 2 years after launch. DLSS with frame gen, ability to tweak and customize settings, ability to upgrade one PC part at a time. I'm not PC master race at all, by the way. I love some console gaming on the couch. Just putting it out there that gaming PCs aren't nearly as expensive as they were a couple of years ago. Well, see, that's exactly what I mean. Like, he did list a bunch of benefits, but you're gonna have to pay about. I mean, he says for a mid range, $1,300. So I don't know. The biggest deal breaker for me there, personally, reading his the biggest deal breaker is PS exclusives 1 to 2 years after launch. I wouldn't want to wait that long. Sorry, I'm just reading what people are saying here. This person says PS5 exclusives 3 to 4 years later, you mean? Well, I don't know. There's no definitive time frame. Alpha Spooker says if it sells out, expect $700 to $800 PlayStation 6. Just saying. Well, I don't know about that, man. I think people are jumping the gun here with this idea of the PlayStation 6 being $700. I say this because people need to understand and they need to keep in mind that this $700 PS5 Pro is being sold alongside a $500 base PS5. The $500 price point is the entry point. And Sony would, listen, I'm not saying they would never do it. I'm never say never, but surely Sony would not be crazy enough to think a $700 entry point into a console would work. This is why I'm trying to say, man, like, it's just not reasonable to assume that. A $600 PlayStation 6 is possible, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if Sony were to go in the direction of like a $700, $800, $900 PlayStation 6, I think that would be it. I think at that point, their console sales would drop. It would basically, I think, kill the console. Fred says, MBG, look at it like this. The Pro model is basically upgrading the components to do more on top. So I'm not surprised at a $700 pricing. And my analyzer says, all these baby boomers upset about no disk drive. I mean, I think the weirdest thing about this is that Sony is hiding the fact, well, they're not hiding it, but their initial marketing push for the PS5 Pro is not, like, you have to seek out the information that you can buy a disk drive for it. And that's interesting to me because, I don't know, it just seems like it's not as important, like it's not like a bullet point for them, you know? Omen86 says the base model is to attract the masses, Pro isn't. Exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, I think people need to keep in mind that Sony's end goal with a PlayStation 6, a new generation console, their end goal is to attract the masses, not the niche, the masses. So that's why I'm saying price point is going to be something they think about very, very heavily for the next generation. And I think people are jumping the gun by assuming if they're willing to sell a Pro console which is not a necessary console, it's just an upgrade console for $700, that means they're going to sell their next gen console at a similar price point or higher. I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, again, never say never, but the logic isn't really there for me. Christopher Dring says, PS5 Pro targets a very specific audience. I don't expect it to move the needle for the console space this year, although there will be some PS4 users waiting for the Pro model to upgrade. The price is high, but the lack of competition means Sony can protect its sales margin. Broken Games HDR says, PS5 Pro day one, $700. I don't care. Give me all the possible frames and pixels. Susie Hunter, the Sphere Hunter, who I see her pop up on my feed occasionally. She never talks about consoles usually, I don't think. Says, I'll be honest, I don't need any more detail or clarity in my games, let alone spending potentially over $800 to $900 to get it, plus whatever new TV that is required to actually see said detail. It's interesting seeing all these reactions. Somebody says that Galaxy Black 2TB Xbox Series X is $600, so the PS5 Pro with 2 terabytes at $700 isn't that bad, especially given the huge power advantage the Pro will have. Somebody in all caps, basically screaming, like the Gopher scream, says, you guys are selling the disc drive separately for a $700 console. We have to pay over $800 to get the full PS5 Pro experience. There's just no way they thought this was okay. I ain't paying damn near $800 for a fucking PS5, bro. Like, I want, like, this is so, it's so fascinating to see these reactions because it's like watching human psychology on display. It's like,
smart pants.
No, I'm just saying, because it's like when you're done being angry about the price, what are you going to do?
Cry.
Like, no, I'm like, I mean, I'm like, because I get it. Like, the sticker shock it was shocking. Like, I was not expecting $700, but I'm just.
Sticker shock was shocking.
You're saying I'm defensive? Dude, I'm not defending anything. No. If you need to screech at Sony, screech at them. People are going to do what they're going to do. I'm just genuinely wondering, like, what next, though? Like I'm saying, if you're gonna be angry at Sony for charging $700 or $800 if you want the disc drive for a PS5 Pro, when it becomes clear that they're gonna do that and people are going to buy it, what do? Like, do you go to PC? Do you continue playing on your base PS5 and be upset? Do you go to Xbox? Do you go to Nintendo? I mean, like, it's just a serious question where it's like, I really feel like people who are expressing frustration and anger right now are genuinely, I mean, you have to view them as potential customers, right? Because, like, the only reason I could think they're so upset is because they actually were thinking about buying a Pro. But once they see how much it is, they're like, oh, hell no. And so I can sympathize. Yeah, I can sympathize with that and empathize with that, certainly. Go to Switch 2. There you go. Sony should come out and say that straight up. If you don't want the Pro, go to Switch 2.
That's bad part.
I know. Omen86 says the base models to attract... Oh, sorry, I already read that. My bad. $700 in the first game we saw running on the PS4 Pro was a PS4 game. Yeah, so I do have to give Sony a major piece of criticism here that I actually I forgot about this until I saw this post. I specifically said, as I was reacting to the video from Mark Cerny, interesting choice to make The Last of Us Part 2 the first game you show on the PS5 Pro. This, to me, does highlight a problem. Like, when we talk about Sony being a little bit out of touch, this is the type of stuff where it's like, Sony, listen, I know you love The Last of Us. A lot of people love The Last of Us, and I know it's one of your biggest franchises. I'm not so sure that I'm not so sure it's the best idea to make the very first game you show on the Pro, on the PS5 Pro, is a PS4 developed game. You get what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like that's just not the best look. And that's why I specifically said out loud, like, that's an interesting choice. Disk drives are selling out on Amazon worldwide. Scalpers. Oh my God. You know what? I'm telling you right now. I'm clapping. That's how much I'm telling you. If I secure a pre-order for the Pro, but I can't buy a disk drive because they're sold out and the only option is through scalpers, I'm going to cancel my PS5 Pro pre-order, and I'm just not buying it. I refuse to buy a digital only console. I'm not doing it. So I'm gonna freak out.
I was so embarrassed that I said disk drive that I didn't even hear the price.
$80,
Okay.
but they're selling out.
So why don't you get one now? So you can pre-order
Yo,
it.
Let me see. Are they even available? They're still available on Amazon right now. I'm still seeing it. Doolin Jones, or sorry, I said your name wrong again, dude. Delwyn, I'm sorry. I don't know why I want to keep calling him Doolin. Delwyn Jones comes in. Thank you for the super chat, buddy, saying, hi, MBG. If you read and listen carefully on the PlayStation blog about the info more about the PS5 Pro, all PS5 games have released will be fully playable on PS5 Pro. Look at the comparisons of Spider-Man 2 versus the PS5 versus the PS5 Pro. Little details that matters. Mark Cerny says it's day one for me. Let me go check the PS blog again. Did I look over the fact? Did I just kind of gloss over that? Did they show any comparisons? I don't see any images though. I don't know if anybody compiled the images. I don't see it on the blog. Surprised that Death Stranding 2 wasn't there. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised because Death Stranding 2 is going to be shown at the end of the month. But I was just surprised that The Last of Us Part 2 was the first game to go with, you know? But Delwyn Jones, I appreciate the super chat, man. And I'll have to see if I can find any of those comparison shots. Demon05 says, best thing I ever did was go full digital. Day one buy. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I do have some digital games, certainly. But I don't know, man. I if I were to have an all-digital console, I would end up, you know, there'd be like some serious regret there. At least for me. Drive-By Joe says I paid $700 for the OG PS5, no disc, no regrets. You said regrets, but I got you, Drive-By Joe.
No, he did that on purpose as a joke.
Is it?
Yeah.
No regrets. Wait, why? I don't. What do you? What am I missing here? What joke? Why'd you leave?
What?
Why'd you leave? What's the joke? I don't get it.
Taking the trash out. What do you mean? Why'd I leave?
Taking the trash. In other words, she's taking all my PlayStation stuff and tossing it. Taking the trash out.
Oh my god.
It's from a candy commercial? What? Why do I have no idea what you're talking about? It's a Snickers?
Google it. You'll know. You'll know when you see it.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yep, I saw the image. Okay. I understand now. Thank you guys for helping me through that. Kyle Say Stuff says, as someone from the UK...
Such an old man sometimes.
I know. As someone from the UK, they didn't even lower the price for the PS5 Pro in our currency. PS5 was $499 US for 429, I think that's pounds, where UK is $699 for 699 pounds. EU is $799. Why don't you know this, MBG? No, just leave me alone, all right? Let me be old. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm curious to see how it all plays out. I'm sure we're going to get sales data on the PS5 Pro sometime next year. And I'm curious to see, like, if it does really poorly or if it does just fine. Kane Z7 says it's weird. You say you don't want to buy a digital-only console. I said the same thing. So much so I bought a disc slim console, but you know how many times I used my drive? 0. That's funny. Well, I still don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing, Kane, because it's like, I mean, if the occasion ever does arise where, like, you have, I don't know, like a Blu-ray or something, or if you do get a game, like maybe you're out shopping or something, you find a game on sale, it's physical, you'll be able to play it, you know? You won't have to pass on it. You think eventually I'll have to go all digital? Omen86 says the disk drive is easy / cheap to produce, no worries. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that would be wild if Sony like couldn't produce enough. That just doesn't make any sense. All right, let me see. Said IGN posted some comparisons. See if I can find any. Yeah, I'm still not seeing any. This person says iPhones are being announced for over 1,400 euros and nobody blinks an eye. Same for 2,000 euro graphics cards. Honestly, why are we being so weird with luxury console prices? You know, the thing we use as a main source of entertainment for about 6 or 7 years, never understood. Again, man, see, this is what I mean. It's divisive. It's just like everything else in the year 2024, man. Every single thing is divisive now. You either love it or you hate it. You're either on board or you're not. There's no middle ground. So I think we're seeing some screenshots, PS5 Pro Enhanced, for Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will support PS5 Pro Enhanced, which was announced in today's PS5 technical presentation. There's 2 screenshots here. I don't know, man. It's not looking too impressive. I'm gonna be real. I don't know. I'd have to see it stacked up though. Let me see a PS5 Pro screenshot compared to base PS5. No offense, but it looks the same. Wait, hold on. Is this a comparison shot? No. It's not a comparison shot. I don't know though. Rebirth, if I recall, really didn't look good in performance mode. Sorry, I'm still just seeing some of these reactions coming in. I think that's about all it's going to show me for now. As console sales continue to decline, Sony's solution is to raise the price. Brilliant. Somebody just saying LMAO. Yep, a lot of different reactions, man. We have Kyle Say Stuff saying might buy it for GTA 6 because it'll be the best right now. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, if Sony really wants to, I think, seal the deal for a lot of people, I think that there are a lot of people that no matter what, they're just not gonna be sold on a $700 PS5 Pro. But I think if Sony really wants to try to seal the deal on a lot of people, maybe, because I don't know that a lot of people are on the fence, but like, I do think that showing GTA 6 running on the Pro would go a long way. I think that would flip a lot of people, or at least some people. I think if people saw GTA 6 running on the Pro, suddenly they'll be like, you know what? Okay, maybe I will cough up the money. Actually says, I don't think people comprehend how much inflation plays into the price. The PS4 Pro launched in 2016 for $400. Guess how much that is today? $525. People really need to understand this. Yeah. No, I mean, there's no doubt that it has to be considered, but I don't know, man. I think the reality for a lot of people right now is they are struggling financially, and because of that, that's the first thing they're going to think is just like, that's just too much. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if it's like, oh yeah, inflation, that explains it. But this is why I'm saying, like, it's all a matter of where you're going to direct your energy and your care. Like, if your biggest problem is with Sony, I think you're just, you're beating a dead horse at that point, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think any amount of backlash towards the Pro is going to change the fact that it's going to come out at $700. Again, this isn't a Concord situation. Concord's different because Sony still went through with that, and it just literally took nobody playing the game for them to be like, oh. So in this case, it would take literally nobody buying the console for Sony to go, oh. But I'm seeing way more interest in something like the PS5 Pro than we've seen. I mean, it's hard to really compare them because we're comparing a game, a live service game, to a new console. But it just seems to me that, like, again, I don't know that people know what to do with this info. Some people do. Like, some people are like, yeah, I'm going to buy it. Others are just like, no. But there's a lot of people just kind of like, I don't know, not really accepting that this is the way it's going down. If you're struggling financially right now, it would be irresponsible to get a non-essential luxury item. Yeah, that too. That's very true, actually. MEG, remember what they said about the Portal and that sold like gangbusters? Still is. Delwyn Jones says the disc drive will be available on the PS5 Pro later before console release. Guys, chill out. The video comparison of the PS5 to PS5 Pro games are on IGN's YouTube. Okay, let me, I wonder if they just basically played, let me go check. Yeah, it looks like they just replayed the app. So let me bring the video up, the official video from Sony. Let me see what the comment sections under their PlayStation official YouTube video are saying. $700 is crazy. $700 no disc drive, no stand, incredible. Did Sony get possessed by Apple? Your move, Microsoft. Sony just presented your biggest opportunity since 2006. Dude, that's the funny, like, that has to be the best comment so far. Your move, Microsoft. Sony just presented the biggest opportunity since 2006. Dude, Microsoft doesn't give a fuck. You think Microsoft is going to come in and be like, actually, guys, here's our mid-gen refresh for only $500. Dude, they're selling a $600 Series X. This is where I think people are not understanding. Like, you could tell people are genuinely not understanding, like, the economic reality of, like, these corporations are not going to eat the cost for us. That's not me defending the corporation. That's just me telling you they're not going to do that. So make the decision. Are you just going to say, okay, whatever, I don't care, I don't expect them to, I'm going to buy the product, or I'm going to just move on and save my money? This is where it's like, you think Microsoft is going to come out and be like, actually, guys, like, it's over, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, times really have changed significantly. And you can see it reflected in some of these comments. $700 console, $30 stand, $80 disc drive, PS3 era expensive all over again. Not sure what Sony's smoking, have a top tier console and not have a disc drive, insane. No disc drive, no stand, $700, actually insane. PS6 prediction equals no controller, no power cord, no box, no stand. These are all in the official PlayStation YouTube channel, by the way.
It reminds me of the first time I got an iPhone that didn't come with a charging brick, and I was like,
oh yeah,
what the fuck?
We were both perplexed. We're like, what's bro doing? The PS6 is sold without a controller, and the PS7 is sold in bundles, so you can assemble it yourself.
Damn.
The PS7 sold in bundles, you can assemble yourself. Oh my god, dude. Perfect Image says, for iPhones, you get from wireless providers and pay over time. Not many people has the money. $800 is a lot. Having a system was great at $500. I'd rather get a better TV. Yeah. The reaction, I gotta say, the reactions on the PlayStation YouTube channel are probably the wildest I've seen so far, which was unexpected. I just don't know that people are comprehending that this is not a new gen. Like, it's actually really weird. People are talking about this like this is a new gen. Like, it's a mid-gen. I don't get it, man. Like, there's still, like, Sony did not raise the price of the base PS5. Well, I guess they did in Japan, but, you know, like, it's still $500. I don't know. It's interesting. I will say this, though. Listen, I will say this. And this is important. I've always told people to pay attention to the data, because we do live in an era where everybody and their mother is going to have a very convicted opinion, and that's fine. But I just tell people to pay attention to the data and look at the numbers, because that will give us a clear understanding of, like, what's actually happening. Like, what is Sony seeing? Like, Sony's not, I mean, maybe Sony's reading the comments. I'm sure Sony is kind of gauging the general reaction, but we have to see how it's going to sell, you know? Because it's easy for everybody to kind of jump on this now and say, like, yeah, this is bullshit and this is a joke and Sony, you suck. But, like, if the end result is it actually sold just fine and made them a decent amount of money, and the base PS5 is still selling briskly at $500, then literally everything I'm saying and everything the internet collectively is saying, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I'm not saying it won't matter. I'm just saying we have to wait to see the results. Because if I'm just going based off of the PlayStation YouTube comment section, I would think, holy shit, Sony just killed their brand. If I'm just going based off the comment section here, I would think PlayStation's done. PS5 gen is over. Sony just ended it. The PS6 is going to be a failure. Everybody hates Sony now. And PlayStation. That's what I'm seeing in the comments. But I don't know. Like, see, this is where I do bring up Concord, because Concord was one of those situations where it's like I was seeing that and then it actually did die. But I feel like this is different, you know? This is not a piece of software. This is not a single game. Kyle Say Stuff says, MBG, does this mean the PS6 will be at least $800 now? Some people think that, yeah. I don't.
Maybe they'll have a cheaper one and a more expensive one.
Oof. Take the Xbox Series route. I don't know, man. I feel like Sony would have to be kind of nuts to do that, because they just saw what happened to Microsoft. It bit them in the ass. I don't know. That would be better than having an $800 console, that's for sure. But no, I don't think so. MBG, it is insane how much people hate this price. I'm afraid Sony will delay the Pro or something. People are so angry. I'm happy to buy it, but people go insane. Well, that's the thing, man. Sony has pre-orders opening up on the 26th, and you know, the only way Sony would be willing to bend and actually say, you know what, we're going to lower the price, is if nobody pre-orders it. And let me ask you guys, and like realistically, let me ask you guys, do you think pre-orders are going to be so low that Sony is going to lower the price? Or do you think pre-orders are going to sell out? They will sell out in minutes. This is why I'm saying it. What people are saying doesn't matter. And I'm not saying that as in like you shouldn't continue to voice your concern or your opinion to Sony. You should. If you're able to, go ahead. But people just have to like realize the reality. And it's just that, and I don't dictate the reality. Collectively, we do. And that is, Sony doesn't give a shit, because they didn't make this console for you. They didn't make this console for the person who's going to lose their mind at spending $700 for a console. They made the console for people who are okay spending $700 for a console. And when it comes to the larger implications, like, is this going to... like, the best part is that people think this is going to hurt PS5 sales. Like, I don't understand that logic at all. Like, bro, the PS5 is still $500. It's the same price it's been, you know? It's going, like, it's still going to do just fine. So I don't know, man. The reactions are intense, but I guess it's to be expected. The sticker shock is there. Sony's making some very questionable decisions this generation, and we all thought that Concord was the lowest Sony could get in 2024. Sony, look at me. I'm the scalper now. $700 no disk drive, bruh. Play has no limits. I'm pretty sure $900 is a pretty big limit for most people, Sony. This is my favorite comment. I'm going to read it word for word. $700 and no disc, this motherfuckers. That's what it says. This motherfuckers. This motherfuckers. That's the best comment. Sony should pin that comment. Omen86 with a super chat says, PlayStation management, look at all the MBG member gift spending. It's insane. I think we can do it. $700. Concord flopped. Oh no. Oh, no drive then. I love the idea of PlayStation management watching my stream and making decisions based off of it. Sony, if you're watching, make the Pro $550. All right?
All right.
We'll be good to go. Whether a console sells out in initial pre-orders means almost nothing. Every console sells out at launch. We have to see what happens a year or two after. But see, that's my thing though, Hen. I do agree with you, but my thing is, if Sony only sells like 5 million units of the Pro lifetime, it doesn't matter. Like it like in the grand scheme, it doesn't matter, because what Sony knows is that, okay, for every person who thinks the Pro is too expensive, they're going to go to the PS5 base model instead. And that's just the way it is, you know? So like if by the end of this generation, let's like flash forward to 2028, the PS5 officially crosses 100 million units sold, and 5 million of those units were the Pro, and 95 million were the base PS5. How does, like, in what way does Sony lose? They don't. And neither does nobody else loses either. Because if you wanted the Pro, you're happy, you're fine, you bought one. If you didn't, you're also fine because you still have a very capable base PS5 that's still running games great. I think what people don't understand is nobody is losing in this situation.
Not true.
Well, who's losing?
The people who want the Pro and
that's true.
They're ultimately
All right. So the only people losing in this situation are people who wanted the Pro.
I'm sorry, this isn't a podcast.
No. This is what we need. You're right. The only people losing here are the people who want the Pro or thought about wanting the Pro or considering buying it, but they won't be able to afford it. And I don't know, man. I get that, and that does suck. But I feel like it's one of those things where, at the very least, if it matters that much to you, I don't know. Maybe over time you could find a way to get it. Perfect Image says she knows. Mrs. MBG, the voice of reason. Mrs. MBG gonna smack me around, put me in my place.
No.
Smack some sense into me. Mark Cerny out here with the throat punch.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to tell people that at the end of the day, it seems like maybe Sony was always going to do something crazy like this. Or I don't even know if you view it crazy or not. A lot of people seem to think it's crazy. And it makes sense that they would, though, because the more I think about it, they really don't have anything to lose. That's what's so interesting about this, the longer I think about it, is that if you're Sony, you figure, you know what, let's just highball it. If we highball it and it flops, we can lower the price. Or even if it flops, we don't lower the price, we just make profit off of every sale we get, and the generation ends fine because we just are still selling regular PS5s. And that's, I just think like people are almost behaving as if Sony basically said, we're going to increase the price of the PS5 to $600 or $650. And it's like, that's not what happened. I don't know. I'm not saying I don't understand where people are coming from. I do. I'm just trying to gauge once again, like, how much it matters. You know what though? Hold on. I gotta say this too. Maybe I have the wrong take here. Maybe I should be encouraging people to go crazy and revolt, because I remember when Sony did what they did with Helldivers 2 for PC, and they were like, we're gonna make it so an account is required. Everybody went berserk, and I was convinced. I'll be honest, man. I was convinced Sony's not gonna do shit. Like they're not gonna move. They're not going to budge. They're going to go through with it. But they actually did. Like, they actually were like, never mind. And then, again, Concord came out, and I thought to myself, like, nah, once it's out, it's out. Like, it's over. They're just going to probably make it free to play at some point. And no, they actually were like, no, we're literally canceling this shit a couple weeks after launch and just pretending it never happened. So, I don't know. Maybe I should be encouraging people. Like, if you really think if you really think Sony crossed the line here, let them know, man. Sony. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take the other side now. Sony. No. Bad Sony. You lower this price. This is absurd. Come on, guys.
Sing it in the GNR voice. You know you want to.
Leave me alone. I don't know. It's worth keeping in mind that Sony has bent the knee twice this year. That's all I'm trying to say. I can't really tell if MBG is mad or just doesn't care. I don't know what I am either. Rant emoji missing, replaced by Totokism money hunt. Absolutely, bro. We should keep in mind, Sony bent the knee twice this year, though. They bent the knee twice this year. Could they do it a third time? Could they do it a third time? Stay tuned and find out. All right, we have where are we at here? Kyle Say Stuff says, what I'll say is I don't think people realized this is not a PlayStation 6. This is the Pro. All the next-gen games will still come to the base PS5. So, yeah. So, yeah, basically you're saying games like Ghost 2, Wolverine, others we don't know about. Yeah, and I think that right now, I think what we're going to see between now and maybe sometime next year is this is going to linger. Like, I think people are going to kind of fixate on the price of the Pro and really just kind of continue to point it out and use it as a way to kind of point at Sony and be like, see, Sony sucks. And I get that. But I think as the generation goes on, like, yeah, I think people are going to start to kind of realize, like, oh, so all these PS5 games that are coming out in 2020. So it turns out GTA 5 looks and runs pretty great on the PS5 base model. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's going to. It's going to be fine. It's going to look good. It's going to look better on the Pro, absolutely, but it's going to be just fine. And I think once we start to see that over time, like it's not going to happen in the course of a week or even a month, but over the coming months, going into next year, once we see that, I think people are going to be okay, and they're going to realize, you know what, I guess maybe this isn't as big of a deal. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe people will kind of like hound on Sony for the next 4 years over this. I don't know. But I really wonder what Sony. I really wonder if Sony was expecting this type of reaction, though. Like, surely they were, right? We have the Genius 200. He says, let's imagine Microsoft made a mid-gen Pro. What price would that be, as they have a standard Series X 2 terabyte dropping at $600? And would the outrage be the same? I do think that if Microsoft had a mid-gen refresh right now, it would also be $700. Because you're right. There is not a mid-gen. There is a Xbox Series X. And the only thing that changed is it has more storage, and that's being sold at $600. I think the outrage would be the same, but be more distributed evenly. You know what I mean? I think it would basically be, you know, it's interesting to think that if Microsoft was doing a mid-gen refresh at around the same time, same price, basically the same specs, it would come down to what it always comes down to, is like who's offering what games. And so I think actually maybe what would have changed is Sony would have felt maybe more pressure to show newer games, or, you know, maybe they will, but it would be an interesting scenario to witness, that's for sure. Let me make sure I didn't get any more direct donations, by the way. I haven't checked those in a little bit. I see so we actually have another direct donation from Rich Rod. He says, Dolt, you want to act like a sucker, I will treat you like a sucker. MBGs go hard. I don't know about that. That one's, oof, I don't know. MBG will slam you. Oh, man. Rich Rod, what are you doing to me out here, man? Boss will scratch you. I'm not even, dude. Mrs. MBG will slit your Achilles? Rich Rod, bro, I don't even know if Rich Rod's here anymore, but my God, bro, calm down. Holy shit, Rich Rod is losing his mind. Yeah, he said you're going to slit somebody's Achilles. Yeah. Dude's out of his mind. What did MBG do to that man? Waylark says, or sorry, we have a iMan. He says, gaming equals luxury, not necessity. Too much, don't buy it. Well, there we go. iMan has spoken. Novenzer says the PS5 Pro is nothing on the Xbox Fire Stick. LOL. Waylark says upcoming games will only be shown running on the Pro. That's what I'm expecting too. Jay Shako says he went too far. Rich Rod's still here though. Kyle Say Stuff says Pro might shine during those late gen 2027 games. Yeah. I mean, I've been waiting for that next wave of games, man. And we have an Angry Whale Watcher. He says $700 is a lot, but with Sony embracing cross-gen, that adds several years to the Pro model use case. I'm 50-50, but not losing my hair. I'm already bald. Well, there you go. Angry Whale Watcher is a couple steps ahead. Guys, I want to let you know, we're almost at 950 likes. We're at 947. Let's keep pushing. I don't know how much longer the stream's going to go on for, but I want to see if we can end at 1,000 likes. I think we can do it. You just need a second job to buy a PS5 Pro. Colin Moriarty chimes in here. He says, Colin Moriarty says, it's expensive, but I'm still buying it day one. The bigger takeaway for me is how much global pricing shows the decay of currencies comparable to the US dollar itself troubled. Particularly scary stuff if you're overseas. It was only recently that £1 equaled $2, €1 equaled $1, and 100 yen equaled $1. I mean, yeah, listen, at the end of the day, I do think everybody is overreacting, including me. Did I read your super chat, Cypherpunk? Oh man. Oh, okay. Cyberpunk, yeah, you're saying you think the PlayStation 6 will cost less than the Pro. I do. Yeah, I do. And the reason being, I think the PlayStation 6 is going to cost less than the Pro because the PlayStation 6 will come out presumably 4 years after the Pro. So we know that each year that goes by, well, you know what? I don't know. The more I think about it, it would be nuts. It would be fucking nuts. I'll be honest with you. Like, listen, if we're talking next generation, you need to keep in mind the point of a next gen console is you got to get millions of people, millions, tens of millions of people to move over en masse. That's the point of a next gen console. And if you come out with a console that's more than $600, you're not going to do that. You're just not. If the PlayStation 6 is even $600 is pushing it. I think the PlayStation 6 realistically would probably be around $600. If you go to $700 or more dollars, we can consider console truly like niche at that point because nobody's going like it's not that nobody's going to, but you're not going to get millions and millions of people. People are used to $400, $500 console transitions from one gen to the next. So the idea of the PlayStation 6 being cheaper than the Pro, I think it's a real possibility. I mean, I think by the time the PlayStation 6 is announced, the Pro will not be $700 anymore. I think the Pro would probably be like $600 or less. I don't know. That doesn't make any fucking sense though. Yeah, now I'm starting to see the flaw in my logic here. Because it's like, okay, if by 2028 the PS5 Pro gets reduced to $600, and the PlayStation 6 is $600. Fuck, man. Yeah. I don't know. I think I might be totally misreading this. Maybe those who were saying that the PS6 is going to be 7, 8, 9, maybe not 900, but like $800, $700. Fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. We don't know where the economy is going to be. We don't know what inflation is going to look like. I mean, what we do know now is that prices are not going down. They're just continuing to go up. But if we're talking like 4 or 5 years from now, a lot could change. I just really sincerely believe if Sony wants to transition to the next generation and they go more than $600, I think it's just over. Like, I think it's like, yeah, this is the final, like the PS5 is the final relevant console generation. We also have oh, sorry, I think I'm all caught up now, finally. Damn. Yeah, I think at this point I'm just going to stop trying to predict anything about the PlayStation 6 because I will be real with you guys, as I have been. Like, I told you, I did not expect the Pro to be 700. I really thought that 700 would be the upper limit for like a it would be the upper limit for basically the disc model. Man, I'm getting a lot of replies. All right, we're back. We're back to the regular way of speaking here. See? Everything's back to normal. I love how this person look at this shit. I asked the question on Twitter, are you buying a PS5 Pro? This person says, why didn't you do a poll? LOL. This person says, because he wants the engagement. He doesn't want to actually know the answer. Well, yeah. Like, who the fuck is using Twitter seriously? Twitter is about engagement, bro. It's about getting people to talk in your replies. What the hell? Like, what? I just don't get it. Like, yes, dude, I'm here to try to make some money on Twitter. What the fuck do you think? Like, do you think I would be here for no reason? Do you think I would just be here for fun? Fuck no. Twitter's trash now, dude. To be honest, I mean, look, I appreciate everybody answering me, but doesn't, like, it's your opinion, you know? I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue with. Are you not entertained? When was Twitter not trash? Good question. Cypherpunk says Microsoft may set the price. They launch first next gen. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a pretty crazy day for PlayStation. It's been a pretty crazy day. By the way, guys, we are just 30 likes away. Love to see it, bro. 30 likes away from hitting 1K likes. Thank you guys so much. You know what I want to know? And to me, this is the big one, right? I want to know how many people on the internet are just lying right now. And what I mean by that is, I want to know how many people are saying today, they're like freaking out. They're saying today, I'm not buying a Pro. It's a ripoff, this, and that. But they're going to end up doing it anyway. They're going to end up buying one anyway. I want to know. Like, I just get this feeling, man, that like, it's always the same thing with this, where you could say yes, and I agree. Like, you could say, man, $700 is a lot. It absolutely is. It's a lot of money. And things are not getting cheaper these days. It's a lot of money. But the big thing here is, like, I think what people maybe are missing is that in order for a product like a PS5 Pro to truly flop, I think it needs to offer something truly undesirable. And that's where I'm not convinced that what the PS5 Pro is going to offer is undesirable. I do think, and I think that this is what Sony's trying to communicate, and they, at least in their marketing, Sony's trying to communicate that we are trying to give this we made this product for a group of PlayStation console gamers who were asking for more in the PlayStation console space. And I do think that, like, it's a hell of a thing when you kind of, we've spent the last 4 years just kind of seeing people constantly bitch and moan and complain about how the resolutions aren't high enough, it looks too blurry, or the frame rates are not as stable and they're not as smooth. And you know what I mean? I feel like, you see all this bitching and complaining, and then Sony comes out and they basically are like, here's a solution. And I guess I kind of understand that maybe somebody's going to say, well, Sony promised this. Sony promised 4K 60. And it's like, all right, I get it. But, it's not like, I just think it's one of these things, like, I don't know, people make it sound like if a frame rate dips by a couple frames, it's like, oh my God. Don't get me wrong. There are games that need it, but I don't know. It's just, it's a weird way all this is turning out. And we have Sammy241. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but Sammy241 comes in, becomes a channel member. So shout out to you, man. Thank you so much for that support. Not only does he become a channel member, he actually pays it forward and gifts a channel membership. He gifts a single for you guys. So we are now at 51 members. Guys, I will let you know, we'll probably be wrapping the stream up in the next like 15 or 20 minutes or so. Because, man, we've been streaming for a long time. We've been over 4 hours now, which has been an awesome stream. So if you want to get another membership train going, or if you got any more super chats you want to drop, do so now. Really appreciate the support, guys. It's been incredible. It means a lot. There we go. Remember, or B Flesher says, remember Microsoft said biggest technical leap. Next Xbox is going to be 800 minimum, and expect Sony to follow. The PS5 will live on whole PS6 Gen 2. Yeah, that's the thing is, we're seeing people out here being like, man, Microsoft could come out and basically do another 360 situation. But I think what people are not keeping in mind is that, like, but Microsoft's not trying to win anymore. Like, they're just not. Like, Microsoft's only goal, believe it or not, and this is where it's so funny to me, where it's like when we talk about the competition between Sony and Microsoft, and Sony and Microsoft clashing and like they're two mega corporations. I mean, obviously Microsoft's a lot bigger than Sony is, but Sony's also massive. The end goal between the two of them is exactly the same. It always has been and it always will be, regardless of what they do in their marketing. And that is they want to extract profit from their customers as much as they possibly can. And I think what people maybe are not fully realizing is that, yeah, Microsoft is very much inclined to create a very expensive console next gen because they're not trying to win. They're just trying to serve an audience. And the audience that they're serving is a dwindling Xbox console fan base that will still exist when the next gen Xbox console comes out. But Microsoft's going to want to ensure that, listen, we're going to want to make sure that every console we sell, even if it's not many, we want to make a decent profit on. They're not trying to operate on razor thin or non-existent profit margins anymore in the console space. And I think Sony is kind of taking that approach too, but with way more power, I guess you could say, in the console space. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like Sony and Microsoft are probably in agreement here. They're not really in competition in the most traditional sense anymore. So I think they're basically just in agreement. Like, so Sony is trying to get as much profit from the Pro as they can. Maybe we should do that too. I mean, again, there's a $600 Series X out there. I mean, they still have the S, of course, but I don't know. It's interesting to think about. The war is over. Frank with the $10 super chat says, I believe Digital Foundry could significantly influence people or influence public opinion on the PS5 Pro if it receives a positive review. I do agree with that. Unknown says, don't forget the reps, MBG. We'll get some reps. Don't worry. You're correct about that, B Flesher. You're saying, bro, Digital Foundry has no impact on the masses, but that's where I think Frank is actually right here, where Digital Foundry does have impact with the enthusiasts. So in other words, I think a lot of enthusiasts or people who are somewhat interested or paying attention, they will tune into Digital Foundry. And if Digital Foundry has really good things to say, then I ultimately do believe that we are going to, I don't think it's going to like be a night and day difference, but I think it could very much help the console out. Yeah. I see Mystic just uploaded a video. I wonder if I wonder what Mystic his comment section looks like. Let me see. I'm not going to watch the video right now. Maybe I'll watch it later. Let me see. $699 is over 900 US, or 699 pounds is over $900, and they really had to zoom in to show us the upgrades. The worst thing is that they didn't have any new games to showcase on the PS5 Pro. They even showed The Last of Us again. UK is getting destroyed with that price. $700 with no disk drive or vertical stand is diabolical. $700 for slightly better backgrounds is insane. Well, see, this is what I mean, man. I think that your super chat is absolutely true. I think that people, they want to know. No. Sorry. I think people really want to know what the upgrades are like. I mean, we got to see more of it. We got to know. This is why I think Digital Foundry will have quite a significant influence. I want to say, man, one of the things that was a little bit questionable to me was, and this could be intentional. It might be because they want to wait for more like they have more game reveals that are coming and they want to wait for that. But I did pick up on CNET's video where they were like, Sony said we couldn't capture any footage and do comparisons. So again, I think that might be because they have a whole show that's going to be dedicated to pro games, and then we're going to see after that, like places like Digital Foundry and whatnot kind of go, crazy with the comparisons. People pay more for a weaker handheld. Damn. We also have Game Over Cholo saying $700 was the bitter pill to swallow. Next week, it's going to be the dessert to balance it with Ghost of Tsushima 2 and probably old games like Bloodborne and Red Dead Redemption 2 at 60. Well, see, I think this is maybe the best place to kind of wrap this entire conversation up for now. And that is, it's interesting to think that Sony ripped the Band-Aid off today, where here's the price, here's the pre-orders, and there's going to be a whole lot of negativity. I mean, there's a lot of negativity right now. It'll be really interesting to think if next week maybe Sony isn't too worried because they have some kind of, I don't want to like hype it up or anything because I don't know, but if they do have some kind of big show planned and they know like we're going to have a ton of games and some new games as well, maybe like a big world premiere or something. I really, really do think that right now that could be the difference maker. I think you're not going to win everybody over. If Sony has a big show for games next week and they reveal a lot of amazing stuff, I don't think it's going to win everybody over. I think there's still going to be people complaining about the price of the Pro. But what I do think it will do is it will calm the waters quite a bit and win certain people over. And I think that at the end of the day, that really is what's making this price point look so bad right now. I don't even know that it's the price in and of itself. I mean, I guess maybe to an extent it is just, again, the sticker shock and the disc drive being sold separately. All that stuff is going to like shock people up front. But I just think right now it's like what upcoming games can we look forward to on this thing? And that's where I think like the next week could be the week where Sony basically gives everybody that answer of like, well, here you go. We'll see. We'll see how much people are talking about the price of the Pro next week, next Tuesday. We'll see how much people are talking about it. But guys, yeah, here's what we're going to do. So I think I'm tapped out for this stream. I did want to try to make a video once this stream wraps up. I've been trying to stay as consistent as I possibly can with my streams and my video output. So we'll do some reps. We hit over 50 members. So we'll do a couple reps. This will be the last call. If you want to drop any more membership gifts, if you want to become a member, if you want to drop any other super chats or anything of that nature, now would be the time to do it. I'm going to close the poll. Over 4,000 votes on the poll. 55% say no, you're not buying a Pro for $700. 27% say yes. 17% say maybe. All right. Let's get some reps in here. Close out the stream with some reps. JuiceMan93 with a $5 chat says, only the strong will prevail. Get your money saved. JuiceMan93 coming in. I'm assuming you're saying save for the Pro, right? Capono says, damn, maybe you had a good day on YouTube. Yeah, it was a great day. Guys are amazing. Before I bang these reps out, just want to say, like, we're 11 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes, which is crazy. Just want to sincerely thank everybody for the support. You know, a stream like this and this level of interaction with the community can only exist because you guys make it possible. I know I sound like a broken record constantly saying thank you, but I just want it to be known how much I am appreciative of it. We're sponsor free here on the channel, you know, and that's because you guys are essentially the sponsors. So really appreciate all the super chats today, all the fan funding, all the memberships. Very, very generous people here. Thank you guys so much. But with that being said, we got to get some reps. So let me, oh, fuck, I'm muted too. God damn it. Damn it. All right, let me repeat what I just said. I was going to go right into doing curls, but then I realized that you can't see me doing curls. So I'm going to have to figure that out. But my favorite comment was somebody in the chat. They were just like, what did I just walk in? What did I just walk in on? Rooster Jackson says 700 pounds is $915. UK is getting screwed. Yeah. Seems like it. And Cypherpunk says PlayStation's own YouTube comments are pretty bad. This is why I'm so curious to see what happens going forward, you know? What happens going forward. But guys, that is going to wrap up today's stream. 6 more likes. Can we do it? 6 more likes and we hit 1,000. Can we do it? Oh, I lost a like. I lost a like. Who did that? Guys, I'm not still muted. Stop trying to troll me. We did it. You guys killed it. Over 1,000 likes. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Good shit. Well, that's going to wrap up today's stream. My hope is to, again, get a video out there for you guys, cover some information. I think I might make a different type of video today. Rather than I feel like a news video is a bit overly redundant because I think everybody knows the news. We just sat here talking about it for 4.5 hours. Maybe I'll just talk. I'll have like a discussion video. Is the PS5 Pro too expensive? Did Sony, what guys, help me figure out what should the title be? What should the thumbnail be? Like, should it just be like, did Sony lose their minds? Something should it be something real clickbait. Well, it's not clickbait, but just something really clickable. Like Sony went crazy. I don't know. I'll think about it. But thank you guys so much for all the support. Amazing stream. I want to make sure to give a massive shout out to Devil Shooter Devil Shooter does the timestamps. He does an incredible job. If you guys see him in the comments, give him a big thank you. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. But yeah, there we go. Mark Cerny talked about the PS5 Pro, and we talked about it for like 3.5 hours. So we'll see what the rest of the week brings and the rest of the month. But all right, I'm going to go work on that video. I'm going to go rehydrate. And I'm going to go contemplate whether or not I should buy a disk drive at this point. So, all right. Guys, enjoy the rest of your day, evening or night. I should be back tomorrow with another stream. So, same time. Well, actually, not same time. Same place, but 12 p.m. Eastern, normal time. I will say it was kind of nice streaming earlier. Just going to put that out there. Kind of nice streaming earlier. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to think about this. I might have to think if maybe I should start streaming an hour or two earlier. It was quite nice. I'll think about it. All right, guys, that does it. I'll catch you guys in the next one. So until then, take care.